I had to restart my computer because Steam wasn't working, so I couldn't play Risk. But anyways, as you guys know, usually I start off the stream with the Bible the Bible verse that I am trying to memorize each week. This week is, or not Bible verse, but Bible passage. This week is Luke 9:57 through 62. It's kind of a short one, but I think that it's a good one. Here we go. Let's watch a sermon on this.
Luke chapter 9 in your copy of the Bible. I'm going to ask you to open it there or turn it on. If you came in today and don't have a copy of the scriptures, surely in a place like this, there's one close to you somewhere, so I encourage you to look for that. I know some of you came in today expecting to hear Dr. Alan Mosley preach. He was a wonderful expositor. He was on the schedule. His father passed away, I think, at 91 years of age, and he had needed to go and be with a family, so I'm happy and honored to be able to fill in for him. Luke chapter 9, a familiar passage of scripture to many of you. End of the chapter, beginning with...
I don't know why, but this seems really weird how this, one guy's father died, so he's gone.
verse
You'll see
57.
why
Here's
here
what
in
the
a
word of the
minute.
Lord says.
It just seems really weird to me.
As they were going along the road, someone said to him, "I will follow you wherever you go." You ever said that to Jesus? Selling out, not messing around anymore. Whatever you want me to do, clean slate. And Jesus said to him, "Foxes have holes and birds of the air have nests, but the Son of Man has nowhere to lay his head." To another he said, "Follow me." But he said, "Lord, let me first go and bury my father."
Ooh, we got a bot.
And Jesus said to him, "Leave the dead to bury their own dead. But as for you, go and proclaim the kingdom of God." Yet another said, "I will follow you, Lord, but let me first say farewell to those at my home." Jesus said to him, "No one who puts his hand to the plow and looks back is fit for the kingdom of God." When I was a junior in college, I received some of the wisest counsel I think I've ever received in my life. You see, the situation was I was in love
Wow.
for the very first time. Now, I had been bitten by the bug, and I was starry-eyed, all of those emotions.
Well, White is definitely an over-attacker, so at least we know that.
That many of you have experienced, even to the point of saying, and maybe you said this, I really believe this is the one that God has picked out for me to marry. I was that convinced. Now, let me just be honest with you and tell you, make a long story short, this girl and I actually had a relationship at some time in the past, and I had messed it up. And God did a work in my life when I was a junior in college. It kind of brought me back to himself from a very dry, disobedient season. And many of you know how this is. When that happens, all of a sudden your eyes get opened and you begin to see things as they really are. You begin to see things for reality. And that can be very pleasant in one sense, but it can be very, very disheartening in another. And that's the way it was for me, because when I woke up spiritually, I realized I had lost the most precious thing I'd ever had, and I didn't know how to get it back. I did all the, the junior high kind of stuff. When you're in love, you go crazy. I sent her notes, and I was in, as it was calling, I would call people that lived in the city that she was in and ask them to go by and see her, and all of that kind of stuff. I mean, I just did crazy stuff. I tell you this, I tell you how bad it was. I used to go buy the shampoo that she used to shampoo her hair with. I'd get in the shower, wash my hair with it, and just cry my eyes out.
What?
Now, you understand, I'm a college football player at this point. College football players don't do that kind of stuff, We do ridiculous stuff when we're in love. I was messed up. And I cried out to God for his help in that situation. I really thought there were very good prospects, I thought, man, we're close. We can really make this thing work. There were just a few small problems. One, we were in cities 1,300 miles apart. Both of us were actually in other relationships at the time. And thirdly, I couldn't get her to give me the time of day. But other than that, I was really positive. I was pumped. I thought things were going to go well with this. Well, there came a time when we were both back in our hometown, both frustrated with life decisions we had made and in current situations that we were in. And finally, after a lot of pleading and begging, she agreed to give me another hearing. And I'll tell you, I was so excited. This is all I wanted. This had gone on for about a year. And this would be the first time that I got to sit down with her face to face and talk with her and share her heart, my heart with her, and let her know what God was doing in my life. And I couldn't wait for that opportunity. I remember the night before we were going to meet, my dad called me into his room. We sat on the edge of his bed, and he said, Jim, what are you going to say to her tomorrow? I was ready for that. I told him, Dad, I waited for so long. I just want to be honest with her. I want to tell her I've got my life together and I'm a different person, and I knew I made some mistakes, and God's called me to preach, and I'm going to go into ministry, and on top of all that, I believe that she's the one. God has told me she's the one I'm supposed to marry. Immediately, I detected that my dad wasn't near as excited about that deal as I was. And I remember he looked at me and he said, Jim, you can't go over there tomorrow and tell her that you think God has told you that she's the one you're supposed to marry. In fact, Jim, he said, you better go over there and do everything you can to talk her out of marrying you. I want to do something this morning that probably is the last thing you ever thought you would come into a place like this and hear a preacher do. I want to try to talk you out of leveraging your life for the fulfillment of the Great Commission. I want to try to talk you out of living out the rest of your days doing just what Jesus said before he checked out of here, and that is making disciples among all people. You get on the new website? Really cool, isn't it? I want to show it to you. I think we're going to put it up here on the screen. I mean, when you pull that puppy up, this is what it says. Every classroom, a Great Commission classroom. That's our motto. And there's our mission statement right under it. We equip students to serve the church and fulfill the Great Commission. I want to talk you out this morning of doing that. And I feel fairly comfortable being able to do that this morning for a couple of reasons.
I'm confused.
Number one, the president is out of town. But number two, and most importantly, it just seems to me that when I read the Gospels, that Jesus spent about as much time trying to talk people out of following him as he did into following him. This text is a case in point. Now many have come to this passage of Scripture suggesting that what we have here are three evangelistic conversations on the part of our Lord. He's encountering three individuals and he's calling them to be saved, to accept him, to confess him, and come and follow him. I beg to differ, and I'll show you why. If you look at the previous paragraph, verse 52 says that he sent messengers ahead of him. This was a time that Jesus had turned his attention toward Jerusalem, the final stage of his ministry where he was going to die. Verse 51 indicates that, but verse 52 clearly says he sent messengers ahead of him who went and entered the village of Samaritans to make preparations for him. So Jesus is sending out helpers. He's sending out representatives of him. Now come on the other side of this text under consideration and look at the beginning of chapter 10. Lose the chapter division. Let the narrative continue. Notice what it says in verse 1. After this, a clear connection to everything that's been said up to this point. After this, the Lord appointed 72, don't miss it, others, and sent them on ahead of him, 2 by 2, into every town and place where he himself was about to go. You beginning to get the picture? Before this paragraph under consideration, Jesus is sending people out in his name. After this paragraph under consideration, Jesus is sending people out in his name. Why would we look at verses 57 through 62 in any other way than that Jesus was talking to some guys about doing that very thing? About going in his name, about representing him. And it appears in these conversations with these brothers that Jesus was trying to talk them out of going. You see, listen to me, brothers and sisters, come in here real close. This paragraph is more about people like us who are in this room today than it is people out there that we might have gospel conversations with. And so I think when we come to this passage of Scripture, we find our Lord in these 3 conversations bringing to the surface 3 reasons. 3 reasons why you and I ought not to do this thing. We ought not to give ourselves to this motto and this mission. So let me show you what they are. Reason number 1, because your reputation is at stake. I'm not talking about your reputation as it is now. I'm talking about what you want it to be. Enter the first applicant for this job. Verse 57 says, he was someone who said to him, I will follow you wherever you go. You've probably said it. I've said it. I know as a pastor, I've heard it many times. Somebody with tears in their eyes coming down during a public altar call time or some other expression of commitment saying, Pastor, I'm tired of messing around. I don't want to do business as usual anymore. I am ready to go and do whatever Jesus wants me to do. I got to be honest with you and tell you that when people have come to me with this, I have reacted far differently than Jesus does in this passage of Scripture. I mean, I'm going to stand them up before the church, and I want to introduce them and say, hey, folks, listen, Susie's come, and she's tired of messing around, and she's serious, and she wants to sell out and go with Jesus. I want the church is going to clap, and we're going to come by and hug her and lay hands on her and pray for her, and this is what we're going to do, but not Jesus. Verse 58, he says, you know, when things get tough for a fox, hunter gets after him, arrows are being shot after him, he's got a hole to crawl into. The birds of the air, when the weather gets bad, they have nests that they can go into. But I want you to know this, the one you're signing up to be employed by, he doesn't have any of those, no place to lay his head. Now, I think to understand Jesus' response here, it's important for us to understand where they are and who he's talking to. And I think verse 57 helps us with that. It says, as they were going along the road. Well, we got to ask the question, what road? Well, I mentioned it just a moment ago. You put it in reverse and go back up to verse 51. When the days drew near for the time for him to be taken up, he set his face, put it in concrete, the language of the New Testament as it were, and set his face to go to Jerusalem. Jesus turned his attention and began to intentionally move.
Bro, what is this guy doing?
move himself and his group toward the place where he was going to die. That's wrapped up in this expression of him being taken up. The time comes for him to exit out of here. And that road was a road that led through Jerusalem to a cross. That was the road they were on. That was the road he was sending messengers out on. That's the road he was recruiting people on. This was a road that ended up, listen to me, in death. Now, the text also says someone said to him. Well, Matthew, in his account of this, helps us with this. He tells us who this guy was. He says he was a scribe. And Mark, in his gospel, actually helps us with understanding a little bit about the scribes. He, in the words of Jesus, gives us a resume of the scribes that I think may turn us on a little bit to why Jesus responded like he said. Listen to this in Mark chapter 12, verse 38. And in his teaching, in Jesus' teaching, he said this: beware of the scribes who like to walk around in long robes, and they like greetings in the marketplaces, and have the best seats in the synagogues and the places of honor at feasts, who devour widows' houses and for a pretense make long prayers. You get the idea? This passage in Mark's gospel helps us to understand the scribes were interested in basically two things. They were interested in status, and they were interested in money. And historians tell us, consequently, that what they would do is they would seek to attach themselves to the most popular teachers of the day. They wanted to be groupies of the rock star preachers and rabbis. Why? Because it would enhance that. They would get long robes and they would get the best seats in the synagogues, and people would be overhearing their prayers, and so they made long prayers. And in the context of it, they devoured widows' houses, and they took the income that would come from that, the resources. They knew that doing this would elevate their status. It would boost their reputation. And so all of a sudden it makes a whole lot more sense why Jesus would say this. I want you to understand, friend, this road that I'm traveling on is a road of the cross. It's a road of sacrifice. It's a road of doing without. I want you to know there are no Hampton Inns on this road. There are no soft pillows. In fact, I want you to understand this. There are absolutely no guarantees except one, and that is that I'll walk the road with you. And you see, beloved, you and I have to ask ourselves whether that's enough. In this ministry leadership deal that we've been called to, it's important for us to stop and ask the question, what do we see as end game? What are our expectations of this? What are we looking for and thinking God will do in this? For many who sit in places like this is nothing more than a profession. Not any different than going to a college and getting a degree in business to become a businessman or a businesswoman. But I'm seeing this as my career field. And sometimes when you graduate from an institution like this, it doesn't work out that way. I tried to do something in the last part of my ministry that I didn't do in the first, and that is be careful how I use terms like vocational ministry and full-time ministry. I probably responded to God's call under the banner of full-time ministry. I'll admit that to you. But the more I traveled overseas, and after serving in a state where 65% of the pastors in that state were bivocational, it compelled me back into the scriptures to ask the question, is that really a biblical concept? Can I really go into this thing thinking God owes me a salary, He owes me a position, He owes me an office? The fact of the matter is, at least for me personally, I've never been able to find it on the pages of the New Testament. Does that mean it's wrong if God chooses to do that? I hope not. But you see, if we travel this road with the expectation that God owes us that, then somewhere along the road something happens and that doesn't happen. You know what? You know what many do? It affects their calling.
Why would He do that?
They begin to question their calling. Did I do something wrong? Or, am I not good enough? And many throw in the towel and go back home. And beloved, what I want you to understand is the calling is not contingent upon an office or a salary. We have to ask ourselves the question, will I do this? Will I advance this gospel? Will I make disciples? Will I go to the ends of the earth, even if I don't ever have a position, I don't ever have status, I don't ever have a salary? And I just want to say to you this morning that may be a price that some are not willing to pay. You need to think about this, because you need to know that your reputation is at stake on this deal, and you might want to rethink this deal. You might not want to step out on this road for that reason. So let me show you a second reason. Yes, your reputation is at stake, but also your religion is safe. Your religion is safe. Enter applicant number 2, verse 59. To another he said, Jesus speaks this time, follow me. But he said, Lord, let me first go and bury my father. Now, I got to admit to you for the second time, I'm kind of okay on the surface with what this guy says. I mean, it just seems like his dad has passed away and he needs to go and take care of things. It seems like a reasonable request, just like the first guy's statement seems reasonable on the surface. But for the second time in 2 tries, Jesus' response is not what my response would be. It almost seems hard. Verse 60 said to him, leave the dead to bury their own dead. But as for you, you go proclaim the kingdom of God. Now, I think the historical background and even the contemporary...
See, that's why I said that it's kind of weird that the one guy, left.
...would help us a little bit here. Because you see, the phrase in verse 59 at the end, to bury one's father, was not necessarily in the Middle East a statement that the father had actually died. In fact, in many parts of the Middle East today, this phrase continues to be used as an expression of a commitment, listen to me, a commitment to a religious tradition. You search the pages of the Old Testament, you'll find a lot of things that Jewish boys were responsible for. Reading certain scriptures at the Passover times, or reading parts of the law, killing the Passover sacrifices, and on we could go, things that we find in the law. But one thing you will never find is you will never find a command for the son to stay at home and wait till his father dies and then get the inheritance and then go off and live his life. But by this time in history, this religious tradition had become so important, it actually had risen above things that were actually written in the Old Testament law. And the reason is because oftentimes there was great financial benefit in it for the boy that stayed and did this. Here's a guy that's not saying I need to go to a funeral. Here's a guy that's saying I need to hang around because I want to be faithful to this religious tradition. And so Jesus, apparently using a play on words in verse 60, says something like, why don't you leave the spiritually dead to bury their dead? Why don't you go and do something that has eternal value? Why don't you go and do something that is life-altering, that is world-changing? Why don't you go spend your life making disciples, proclaiming the gospel of the kingdom? Why don't you do that? There are plenty of spiritually dead people that can hang around to live out the religious traditions. I don't know if you've ever thought about it or not. It'll probably change, I know, but I think still to this day, local church ministry is about one of the safest places that you can be. I'm not talking about people who are going to come against you and push back and not like you or disagree with you. I'm talking about in perspective, in comparison to the way other brothers and sisters of ours in Christ are living around the world and what they are going. We got it pretty good. And you can go into many local churches today, and you can lead the programs and keep the machinery going and go through the routines, and pretty much nobody's ever going to bother you, and live out your life in ministry in a pretty safe place. And so you might want to think about whether or not you would give that up in order to go and leverage your life for something like this. Now, you're not hearing me say that we don't need people to go into local churches here in America and lead them. I'm just simply telling you that there are many local churches that they thrive on just keeping the machinery going and the routine and the programs and day in and day out, and everybody's happy, and you can spend your life doing something like that, or you can leverage your life, whatever the risk, whatever the cost, whatever the comfort zones need to be broken out of in order to live a life leveraging your life for the sake of the advancement of the gospel and the mission of Christ. And so you might want to think twice before you do that, because our religious traditions can be about the safest place on the planet. You have to ask yourself at every point. And this is something that
Good game.
More and more, the older I get, I'm trying to
Well
be
played.
cognizant of and think about. I think throughout our ministries, we've got
There we go.
to ask ourselves the question, by way of evaluation, what is it that I'm doing that a spiritually dead person could do just as effectively? How much of what I'm doing would get done and get done just as well with a person sitting in my chair, wearing my shoes, that was spiritually dead? Jesus says to this guy, why don't you let the spiritually dead take care of the religious traditions? Well, why don't you go and do something that makes an eternal difference? Your reputation is at stake. Your religion is safe. Maybe this third reason is the hardest one, and that is that your relationship.
That was a really easy game.
Strong. Yes, they are. Another says in verse 61, I will follow you, Lord, but let me first say farewell to those at my home. Got to be honest, third time in 3 conversations, I'm okay with what the guy asks. And you know what? The text actually indicates that this guy really understood what Jesus was asking him to do. To say farewell, in my English translation, in the language of the New Testament, was a word that was used for the detachment of a battalion of soldiers. They were in one place with this group, and then they were sent, they were detached. There was a clear separation to another place. That's what he describes. That's the way he described. Let me first go and make a clean break. He knew what Jesus was asking him to do. But for the third time in 3 tries, Jesus doesn't respond like I would respond. No one, he says, who puts his hand to the plow and looks back is fit for the kingdom of God. Wow. Now, watch this. You got to notice here that Jesus never tells this guy not to go back. That'd be kind of insensitive.
Master. That guy was a master.
Jesus never tells him to go back. He simply warns him. And he warns him by using an illustration, an analogy out of the agricultural economy of the day that simply said the straighter the row in the field, the more productive the crop, so the more important it is for the guy plowing to make straight rows. And they knew something. They knew what I know when I ride a lawnmower or push a lawnmower. If I want straight rows, I don't look at my lawnmower. I don't even look at the ground right in front of it. But I pick out a spot at the end of the row, and that's what helps me to mow a straight row. And that's what happened here. NASCAR drivers do the same thing when they make turns in those speedways there. And many of you know more about that than I do. There's something about keeping your eye at a certain position out in front, fixed on it, that allows you to make a straight row. And Jesus knew something. He knew something that some of you know. And that is that when this brother got back into the comfort of his home with the people he loved, he probably was going to hear some of the things that some of you have heard. Can't you just minister right around here? There are plenty of lost people right here where we live. You're not taking this ministry thing too seriously, are you? You're not becoming a religious fanatic. Or maybe hardest of all, you walk out that door and you'll never be welcome back in this home again. Jesus knew there will always be family members that are not on the same page with what it means to leverage your life for the sake of the nations. To take this gospel to the ends of the earth. I'm not talking about just overseas, but spending our lives, if it's the will of God, right where we are, but spending it doing this, making disciples and proclaiming the kingdom of God. And he knew there will always be family members that are not ready to step out on that road with us. And he knew that the relationships that we have are the strongest pull on our lives. And just like a farmer plowing his rows was texting while he was doing it, or playing with a stereo, or checking out how nice his plow was, he knew that he would never, ever plow a straight row. And even on an escalated level, he understood that if this guy was always looking over his shoulder, always being pulled back, always being told, you need to stay here with us, you need to be here with us, he would never plow a straight row in the kingdom of God. And I just want to say to you this morning, you might want to think twice before you give yourself to making disciples and living your life, leveraging it on mission for Jesus Christ in everything we do, no holes barred, because the relationships you have are so very strong. Well, I met with that girl that day. And I don't know, I guess just out of respect for my dad, I did what he told me to do. We both came to the conversation with frustrations in our current condition. Shared with her what God had done in my life, and he had called me to preach, and I spent about 3 hours giving her every reason why she really didn't want to be a part of that. I told her God's called me to preach. I'm sure I'm going to be a pastor. There won't be a lot of money in this deal. Probably move around a lot, and on I went. And I tell you, when I walked away from that conversation, I can't explain it to you, but I had peace about what I'd done, but at the same time, for several months, I really wondered if I had done the right thing. And then one Saturday morning, my phone rang in Jacksonville, Alabama, in my apartment, and the voice on the other end said, "Jim, I love you, and I want to marry you." 34 years in January, we celebrated. And you know what? Every one of those things I told her that day have come true. Every one of them. It hadn't been easy, just like it hasn't been and won't be for you. But in the midst of every one of those things, we were able to stand on strong ground, solid ground, because we had counted the cost. You see, every one of you are smart enough to know that I really don't want to talk you out of leveraging your life, making disciples, and advancing the mission of Christ. But I do want to call you today to make sure that you understand that this doesn't come with a reputation, or at least one that you want sometimes. No guarantees that you'll always be able to put bread on your table by your ministry. God doesn't owe you that. And you have to ask yourself the question, am I going to pursue my calling even if I don't get the status and the salary and the comfortable position? And this morning, I want you to think about the fact of how much easier it would be just to keep the machinery going and do something spiritually dead people could do. And in your heart of hearts to say, that's not for me. I want to do something that makes a difference for eternity. I'm going to give my life to disciple making. And maybe most of all, I want you to be sure you process the strength of the relationships that you have, and know this, that this road that leads to a cross, a life of self-denial, may cost you some of those relationships. Mm-hmm. Jesus said it numerous times in his teaching. so that you step out on this road of a life of disciple making and gospel advancement with full assurance that he is with you every step of the way. Let me pray for us. Lord, thank you for not sugarcoating this thing for us. Thank you for letting stories like this of your encounters find their way into the canon of inspired scripture so that we would know and we would count the cost. I pray for myself, I pray for these brothers and sisters in Christ for a measure of grace this morning, to count that cost and to say, we're ready to pay it. God, we need your help with that. We need your help with that. I need your help with that. We want to spend our lives for the sake of the gospel. In Jesus' name, amen.
All right. That was good. Here we go. All right, now we can get into Donald Trump winning the Iowa caucus.
Oh, they are gonna love that one. Just curious, how many more friends are we shopping for? Let's see. Jacob, James, Jayla.
I really think this is time now for everybody, our country, to come together. We want to come together, whether it's Republican or Democrat or liberal or conservative. It would be so nice if we could come together and straighten out the world and straighten out the problems and straighten out all of the death and destruction that we're witnessing. That's practically never been like this. It's just so important, and I want to make that a very big part of our message. We're going to come together.
As of this moment, we are going to suspend this presidential campaign. And this is going to have to be, there is no path for me to be the next president absent things that we don't want to see happen in this country. And I'm also making the decision that this has to be an America First candidate in that White House. As I've said since the beginning, there are two America First candidates in this race. And earlier tonight, I called Donald Trump to tell him that I congratulate him on his victory. And now going forward, he will have my full endorsement for the presidency. And I think we're going to do the right thing for this country.
All right, folks. Well, Donald Trump wins the Iowa caucus by a huge margin. It was never close. It was never in question. Also, Ron DeSantis narrowly edges out Nikki Haley for second place, and Vivek Ramaswamy drops out of the presidential race and formally endorses Donald Trump. Kind of sad, but probably the right time, the right move to make. Folks, we got to talk about all of that and more in today's recap video on the Iowa caucus. So obviously last night we did the stream, we gave you the results live and talked about them. I figure this morning we might as well do one final video wrapping this all up. So with that said, let's get into that. But first, folks, be sure to leave a like on the video and subscribe to the channel if you are new. We are currently on the push for 300,000 subscribers. So if you enjoy the political content, if you enjoy the conservative stuff, be sure to hit that red subscribe button down below. And with that said, let's just get into this. I figure I'll just talk about the takeaways for each major candidate. I mean, I'm not going to give Ryan Binkley, Asa Hutchinson, or much less Chris Christie the time of day here, but you know, we'll go in order. We'll just talk about the takeaways for each person. So obviously, biggest story of last night, Trump doesn't just win the Iowa caucus, he dominates the Iowa caucus, right? Won it by basically close to 30 points here. The race was called within 30 minutes. He's gonna finish with over 50% of the vote. And folks, this is exactly what I said you want if you are Donald Trump, right? The narrative going into this race has been, this is Donald Trump's nomination already, right? And you wanted to remove any doubts of that, because obviously the DeSantis supporters, the Haley supporters, the Vivek supporters even were saying maybe the polls are lying. lying. Maybe there is actually sort of a rebellion or a disgruntlement with Donald Trump, and maybe he's no longer the ringleader of this party. And while the path to victory for Trump has always seemed pretty clear, this is what you needed to end the primary as soon as possible, right? Because if you're Trump, you don't want to take this all the way to the summer, still trying to campaign against the other Republicans. You want to be putting all your focus into Joe Biden already. And the only thing that was going to be possible at doing that was a huge 30, and I said this last night, right? You want a huge 30-point victory. You want to get over 50% of the vote. That is exactly what happened, as you see here looking on the map. He's won all but one county in the state of Iowa, and that one county, I don't know if there's still votes left to count as of this morning, but Nikki Haley beat him by 1 vote, and that's in a small college town. So obviously, that tells you the whole story. And I think, folks, we can officially make a projection, not just about this one election, but about the whole race in general, that Donald Trump will be the Republican nominee. I think this result officially shows you that the entire primary is over. There is virtually no path to victory for any of the other remaining candidates. DeSantis put all of his resources into the state of Iowa. He was really going hard to try to get an upset in the state. Didn't come close. Nikki Haley may have something to do in New Hampshire and even South Carolina, but beyond that, the map does not look great. And so in many ways, not only is this a physical victory for Trump, but this is the moral victory that you wanted. Because I thought if Trump even won the Iowa caucus, but it was by a very narrow margin, that may be a victory on paper. But in many ways, it's a moral defeat. It's a moral victory for whoever came in second place, right? Because it sows the seeds of doubt that might, hey, weaken Donald Trump's image as this dominant frontrunner. It might get people starting to think, hey, maybe there are other viable options. But Trump last night totally defeated any of those narratives. And like I said, the primary is basically over. And if you watched Trump's victory speech last night, this sentiment was basically summed up, right? He did not waste any time attacking any of the other Republicans. In fact, he sort of praised them and thanked them for running a hard race. And I thought that was the right move, right? Because like I said, if the primary is over, you don't need to spend any time attacking Republicans. Your full focus needs to be on Biden. And that was basically his victory speech last night. He put most of the focus on Biden. Also, I thought gave a very unifying message. It was one of Trump's most uniting speeches that I've ever seen.
It was.
The guy basically saying, look, we live in a great country with great people. It's time for us to all come together, which I think, again, is the perfect messaging. There's no need to dunk on the DeSantis voters, the Haley voters, the Vivek voters. Now is the time to try to just bring them all home by showing them in the election, hey, it's not a viable path to victory. Time to all get behind this candidate. It was the right move. It was a great speech. And it was a great speech that came after a great performance. So yeah, he's going to be the nominee. I don't know what else to say about that other than to the people who are opposed to the idea of Trump being the nominee, which I never was. But I mean, at this point, it's reality. It's going to happen. So I say to those people who liked another candidate, the similar thing Donald Trump said, which is, look, I get it, but it's time to unite now as a party. It's time to unite now as a movement. That's about all there is to say. Anyways, moving on here from the other candidates, though, or moving on from Donald Trump, I should say, Ron DeSantis, I guess this is the second subplot of last night to talk about. There was this big debate on who's going to come in second place, right? DeSantis, for a while, obviously, I think everyone expected he's going to come in second, not just in Iowa, but basically in the entire race. But as you've known, Nikki Haley, as of late, the neocon warmongering shill that we absolutely do not like on this channel. I know, newsflash, right? Vince Dow, not a fan of Nikki Haley. Yeah, everyone knows this. But, you know, there was talk about her maybe coming in second place. The polls were very close here. Well, it is official, folks. Ron DeSantis, very narrowly by a margin of about over 2,000 votes, has fended off the threat from Nikki Haley. Okay, so Ron DeSantis coming in second, Nikki Haley coming in third. A lot of people on both sides are taking a victory out of this, right? Some people are
honestly, I think that Biden would be a better president than Nikki Haley.
they're happy. Hey, Nikki, you suck. You came in second. You came in third place. They're saying about Ron DeSantis. They're saying, well, look, you know, it's a moral victory for him. He didn't lose to Nikki Haley. To which I say on both sides, I don't know if there's anything along those lines you can really read into that. Because first of all, let's just start from DeSantis. Obviously, you're going to see some of the DeSantis influencers who are still trying to shift the goalposts and pretend like their guy is going to win, make excuses about this, saying that like, well, look, we actually came in second place, guys. Here's the problem for DeSantis. Is you can shift the goalposts now and pretend like, hey, DeSantis was only running to get his name out there, in which case, yes, this is a good performance. But I think back to 2023, when the guy first announced his campaign. The Ron DeSantis campaign was never about being heard. It was never about getting yourself out there. Ron DeSantis's goal in this entire campaign, and the reason people were backing him, was they were expecting him to be a serious contender to possibly upset Donald Trump. And I think when you see, okay, he came in second place, good for him, I thank him very much for that. I was saying I don't want Nikki Haley to come in second. I think Trump people, DeSantis people, we can both agree on that, right? But the idea that DeSantis was somehow making a serious play to actually be the nominee here, yeah, he came in second, but it wasn't even a close second. I don't see how you can still justify that at this point. And of course, people are going to pretend like that was never the goal of DeSantis, but of course it was the goal. DeSantis wasn't in this to get his name out there. DeSantis was in this to win. And in that regard, it was not a victory in that regard at all. It shows, hey, emphatically, he's not going to win. As for the Nikki Haley front, truthfully, am I happy she came in third place? Yes. But in an ideal Republican Party, folks, this should have never been that close. Even her getting 20%, you know, coming close to DeSantis, her, you know, making a threat even in Iowa to come in second, that shouldn't be the case. I'm actually kind of disappointed by that, right? Am I necessarily surprised? Not really. But I think even her getting close to 20% of the vote shows that 1 in 5 people in this Republican Party still don't get it, right? Yeah, I'm happy she lost. Haha, we'll dunk on her, and we'll dunk on her in a second. Don't worry. But at the same time, you do got to give her some credit in the regard that clearly she is showing that there is still a neocon minority in this party that are still stuck in the politics of 2003. They're in the dark. They're, you know, shills to cable news or whatever. I don't know, but they just don't get it. And so while I'm happy she came in third, I'm also disappointed she got as many of the votes as she did. And I'm disappointed that, you know, Vivek didn't get more votes than her, which, you know, I wasn't expecting that to happen, but it would have been nice to see. And so I certainly hope going forward, the vision I want to push for is a Republican Party where Nikki Haley never comes close to 19%. A Republican Party where Nikki Haley is getting Jeb Bush numbers the way that she should, and the way that anyone that corrupt, anyone that much of a warmonger, anyone that much of a shill for the old establishment is.
Yes.
With that said, I do want to dunk on her really quickly here, because she said probably one of the dumbest things I've ever heard her say, where she says, and this was in her victory speech or whatever, she says, tonight, Iowa made this Republican primary a 2-person race. And she said this in like a victorious tone. Take a listen here.
I can safely say, tonight, Iowa made this Republican primary a 2-person race.
So this is very similar to the Nikki Haley high heels comment. This is another baffling statement that nobody knows what it means. What the heck are you talking about? It's like, okay, Nikki. You said Iowa made this Republican primary a 2-person race. Well, you came in third place.
Yeah.
Okay?
I was confused about that.
Let's look at the actual margin here. Again, And, you know, credit to you, I guess, for getting 19%, right? That's more than you should have got, but fine.
That is way more than she should have gotten. Dumb bitch.
But if you're saying that Iowa, in a victorious tone, made this primary a two-person race, Nikki, Ron DeSantis came in second. You came in third. So if it's a two-person race, that means you're not in it. You're not a contender for it. So I don't know what that means. Again, one of the dumbest things I've ever heard her say, because what the heck? Look at the math. I don't see how that makes any sense, but...
Yeah, no, I do not understand what the fuck she meant by that.
It wouldn't be Nikki Haley if she didn't say something stupid. So this is very true.
So
she, of
true.
course, also said in that concession speech basically that, you know, if you're tired of the politics of old, if you're tired of the status quo, that's Donald Trump. Vote for me. I'm someone new. Basically said all of those things. And it's like, Nikki, you represent the establishment.
Oh.
You were the same corrupt...
Bro. I'm loving what I'm seeing right now.
Politician that they are, okay? Going back to the politics of 2003, going back to the party of George Bush, which you personify entirely, besides the fact that you're in high heels. Oh, look, it's a different face. She's younger. If you have the same exact politics as 2003, that is not something new, okay? That is actually, by definition, as close as it could get to a return of the status quo. Okay, so I don't understand that at all. But yeah, again, Nikki Haley comes in third place. You know, again, people will say, haha, Trump won all 98 counties except for one. Okay, well, I'm disappointed Nikki Haley won a single county. Yes, it was by one vote. Yes, it was in a college town. Still, okay, folks, I like to win big. I like to win big. And yes, Trump won big. But the fact that Haley didn't get completely embarrassed, considering her expectations, that's not good news. It's not good news. We still have work to do in terms of waking people up in this party. Lastly, folks, the final story, and maybe the one a lot of my viewers on this channel came for, Vivek Ramaswamy, I mean, let's just say it, he did actually outperform his RCP average in the polls by like 1 point or so, but I mean, let's be real. Came in fourth place, and you know, last night never seemed close to even coming in third place. He finishes with 7.7% of the vote and 3 delegates.
That 3 to there.
You know, I wish he did better. I really do. But as I sort of talked about going into that stream, a lot of people I think are probably kind of mystified by this. It's like, well, Vivek was working so hard. So many people liked him. How did he only get 7%? Well, I'll just break that down objectively for you. I don't like that.
Well, it's because he's going for the Trump vote.
This is the case. Obviously, I just spent like 5 minutes dunking on Nikki Haley and talking about how there are so many people in our party that still just don't get it. But on the front of Vivek Ramaswamy, I think 2 things explain his performance. I think number 1 is the fact that Trump is in the race, right? And I think what you saw last night as a whole, there's a lot of people.
Yeah, they're going for the exact same
time. And on that same regard, there's a lot of people who like Vivek and Trump at the same time, I think. But considering, as we learned last night, Donald Trump is still seen as the number 1, and Donald Trump is still seen as the ringleader, I think that probably has something to do with a lot of Vivek's performance, right? If Trump weren't in the race, if this were a truly open field, I think he does much better. But I don't think that explains the whole performance. I think the other part you see from this is that the internet is not real life.
Veterans Affairs Secretary Dennis McDonough, a White House cabinet member, is trying to ram through a new round of kidney experiments at the Stokes VA lab in Cleveland.
Is he gonna kill
White Coat
Blue?
Investigators just obtained this letter proving McDonough personally authorized painful tests on 7 cats.
Or is he coming for me?
6 months old. Seizures,
No, he's killing Blue.
Bloody urine, severed spinal cords. This is actual
What the
footage
fuck?
of the VA's kidney experiments.
And in this case, I kind of wish it was, but as you can tell, it's not, right? And I think although Vivek is very popular in our sort of circle in the conservative movement, you know, the content consumers, the people who follow it online and are super engaged and involved in it, I think when you think of the actual
I think I'm gonna win this one.
Republican electorate, I mean, think about who are your Republican voters. For the most part, they're older people. They're people who watch a lot of cable news, right? That's sort of your average Republican voter. And I think if you have not spent as much time on Twitter or YouTube or even Facebook, right, kind of watching him, you know, listening to him, I think you probably would get a very different perception of who he is or how serious he is, or the only thing you learn about him is maybe a 30-second cable news soundbite. And frankly, in the vast majority of those cases, corporate media has been against him, right? Fox News, in my opinion, has not treated him all that gracious.
Well, now I guess I kill Red. Or does he get the red kill? No. Okay. Well, this is a very done game. Let's see what happens.
You know, and same goes for the other mainstream news outlets out there, right? So in many ways, I just think that's what happened last night, okay? And it's sad. I think it shows in many ways the grassroots of this movement has work to do. But, you know, frankly,
he doesn't kill Red.
It is. I still like Vivek. I think
what
he has
a dumb
bright
fuck.
future going forward.
You kill Red.
You know, I'm going to do a video maybe later today actually breaking down the decision for him to drop out. Was it the right decision? So I'm not going to touch on that heavily here today, but I will mention he did drop out of the race after this. And I think in many ways, you know, that was the right move. It's disappointing. It's sad, but you know, at least he's gracious in that defeat, unlike these other two clowns who are pretending like, hey, we're on to victory, guys. Like, no, you're not, right? I think he did the right thing as a man to say, clearly there's no path to victory for me, which Iowa shows there's not, right? Because he basically did very similar within the margin of error in terms of what he was polling at. That seems to suggest, you know, it's not going to be a miracle in any of these other states either. He's not going to beat Donald Trump. He's not going to be the nominee. But he also says, okay, well, we're going to do what's best for the country and best for the movement. And so he immediately drops out, endorses Donald Trump. And, you know, I think that's the right move, because while I did get Vivek's argument about
4 troops
staying in the race in case they take Trump out of the race, right? You got to kind of be the backup quarterback. Hey, what are you going to do if they get rid of Trump? They might try to make Haley the nominee. I got to be in this race. While I've always understood that argument, and I was wondering what Vivek would pursue in that regard, I think at the same time, considering he only got 7%, you know, what kind of look would it be if he just stubbornly stayed in the race and kept getting 7%, 6%, 5%? I think, first of all, people might start to grow a more negative opinion of him than if he just got out now, right? And then secondly, I think more importantly, if he wants a future role in the Trump White House, which I think most of us agree we want to see that happen, whether it's the VP or in the White House working a cabinet position, we want the guy to have a future in power, absolutely. It might have also rubbed Donald Trump the wrong way if he just stayed in the race all the way to the convention and kept just nagging at his heels, getting like 5-6%. Whereas now he sees it, he sees where it's headed. You drop out, you endorse Donald Trump. He will actually be doing a rally with Trump later today in New Hampshire. That's exactly the right move. It's the right move for him personally. It protects his political future. It looks very bright. No one has anything bad to say about him. But on top of that, also, it's best for the movement, right? Because obviously Vivek, you know, he good on him for staying in the race till Iowa, right? See how you do. Don't listen to the pressure before that to drop out. But now that he has seen how he did, right, now is definitely the time for him to just fall in behind Trump, endorse Trump, help Trump not just win the nomination, which he's going to do anyway, but try to win the general election in November. And look, I think Vivek campaigning for Trump will absolutely be a great thing. Not just because he's popular, not just because he's a great speaker, very articulate, sort of presents a different image personally than Trump, whereas still kind of sharing the ideology there. But I also think the underrated aspect of Vivek is how hard of a worker he is when it comes to campaigning. I mean, you saw what he did in Iowa. Way more events than any other candidate. He was blitzing hard. His ground game was very aggressive. He put in a lot of work. And look, the Trump campaign could use that, right? It's great to have someone who can run around. And frankly, I don't know if it would be seen as usurping power or whatever, but if I were the Trump campaign, I would say to Vivek, I would say, look, not only can you campaign alongside Trump at his rallies, but if you want to do your own events on behalf of Donald Trump, right? Like secondary campaign events, running around all the swing states, doing your own rallies, but for Trump, that's absolutely fine, right? Because he can do like 10 rallies a day. You saw how hard he worked in Iowa. That's a resource Trump could definitely use very effectively. And it would only add to a ground game that I think you saw in Iowa from Trump is already very strong. And I think that's good news for November. Hey, it was very organized. You took care of business. You did everything you needed to do. That's going to matter in November, too, when you got to do the ground game against Biden. And I think Vivek can add a lot to that. So, yeah, that basically wraps up the summary here, folks, of the Iowa caucus. Again, Donald Trump wins big. He's going to be the nominee. You can like that. You cannot like that. But ultimately, he's the only shot at this point to defeating Biden. So my suggestion to the TDS Trump derangement syndrome crowd in our movement is like, okay, I get it. You've made your case. Time to get over it. Okay. The same is true of the Vivek crowd, right? And I don't think anyone in the Vivek crowd's going to struggle with that. But, you know, look, we did our best. You know, you tried. Now it's time to just get behind Trump, you know, and that's what it's time to do. It's time to unite, like he said in his speech last night. But all right, folks, with that said, let me know your thoughts on everything we saw last night. Do you think my assessments are accurate? Be sure to let me know. Leave a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel if you are new. And until next time,
all right. We're gonna get a victory. We're gonna get a victory for you. Let's see this. Let's see what we watched Trump's speech afterwards, but I want to see what he last night, but I want to see what he had to think of it. I thought it was a very good speech. I thought that his speech, what he said before was very uniting. Like he congratulated everyone who Ooh, is he going to go in? Oh, no. He congratulated everyone who was his opponents. Like Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis and Vivek.
Donald Trump victory speech following a dominant performance in the Iowa caucus. Let's take a listen.
Well, I want to thank everybody. This has been some period of time, and most importantly, we want to thank the great people of Iowa. Thank you. We love you all. What a turnout, what a crowd. And I really think this is time now for everybody, our country, to come together. We want to come together.
100%.
Whether it's Republican or Democrat or liberal
Slam
or
him.
conservative, it would be so nice if we could come together and straighten out the world and straighten out the problems and straighten out all of the death and destruction we're witnessing. That's practically never been like this. It's just so important, and I want to make that a very big part of our message. We're going to come together. It's going to happen soon, too. It's going to happen soon. I want to thank some of the great people. We have so many senators. If I go through every name, we'll be here all night, and everybody's going to get angry at me. But the senators, the congressmen from Washington, they came down from all different states. I want to thank you very much. I want to congratulate Ron and Nikki for having a good time together. We're all having a good time together. And I think they both actually did very well. I really do. I think they both did very well. We don't even know what the outcome of second place is. And I see Carrie Lake. Congratulations, Carrie. Very good. I spotted her after you announced because she's terrific. She's going to be a senator, a great senator, I predict, right? You're going to be a great senator. And I also want to congratulate Vivek because he did a hell of a job. He came from 0, and he's got a big percent, probably 8%, almost 8%, and that's an amazing job. They all did. They're all very smart people, very capable people. I think most importantly, I want to thank my incredible wife, First Lady, I'll say former and maybe future. But more important than Melania, I want to thank her incredible, beautiful mother who passed away a few days ago. And she's up there, way up there. She's looking down, and she's so proud of us. And I just want to say to Amalia, you are special, one of the most special people I've ever known. And that was a tough period of time for the family. But she's amazing. She was amazing. So I just want to thank what she's done for our family.
Let's see if he slams
and our
him.
husband, who's home
Do
right now
it.
and very lonely. He's a lonely man, but he's going to be okay. Victor, they're great people, great parents to all of us, really. Great parents, but also to Barron. Boy, did she take care of Barron. That's how he got so tall. He only ate her food.
That's how he got so tall.
And I want to thank my family.
I love that part.
Generally, they've worked so hard, and they've taken so much abuse for being good people. I mean, good people. But Eric and Don, they really did. These two have been working so hard, and they have another job also, so they have to do it all. But they've been working so hard, and I know that Ivanka is home and Tiffany's home. They're watching, and I know that Barron's watching. Good old Barron. I said, you're going to be a basketball player. I said, well, I like soccer, Dad, actually. I said, at your height, I like basketball better, but sometimes you can't talk them into everything. But he's a special boy. But the whole family is just incredible. And my sister, Elizabeth, who's just the biggest fan. She's just an incredible person and always supportive. We love Elizabeth so much. Also, we have a woman who took a big chance. You know, in most states we have support of everybody, the Congress, the senators. We had Marco Rubio. We had Rick Scott the other day. We have, probably 55% of the senators. And now they're all calling and saying, we want to endorse you, sir. I said, oh, great. Same thing with the Congress, men and women. We have tremendous, much more than anybody probably has ever had in this position. And we love them all. They're great. They're really trying to do a good job for our country. But one woman in Iowa who really stepped up was your Attorney General, Brenna Byrd. She really, really stepped up. Where is Brenna? Come in. She stepped up. She's going to be your governor someday, I predict. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll be watching, but she really did. She broke away from the pack. And she had tremendous courage, and wasn't easy. In some states it's easy, in other states it's a little bit more difficult. But we have really the support of the people of Iowa, which has been just incredible. Another man who was actually the first person to endorse me in the entire country. He's a state senator. His name is Brad Zahn. He looks like he's the most handsome guy, I think.
The most handsome guy.
Oh, you made it. He had to drive from his Caucus location. You made it. I call him the Marlboro Man. Hey, Brad. You want to say something? Come on, go up. Say something.
Look at that guy. What a trash.
Well, I'll tell you, I had to actually do a TV interview bragging about you. The reason why I was late was because of that. But is he awesome or what? I am honored to be the first person in the United States to endorse this guy. The next president, the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And when he says endorsed, we're really talking about 2015. He endorsed me before, actually, long before I knew I was going to run. I said, who's this man in Iowa? He's a senator, a state senator. He's a good-looking guy, too. Doesn't he look? You could pay him and give him a lot of money. And by the way, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for being here. You are so great. Comes all the way from Missouri, which isn't that far. You can't drive an electric car that far, though. Thank you very much. I appreciate it very much. The group of people that we have on the stage is just emblematic of the tremendous group that we've had. We've had such a great team. You know, we did well. We were looking really good in 2016. And just to go back to the senator, he was saying, I said, who is that guy? Brad, his name. Who is he? He keeps endorsing me. He keeps saying Trump, and I didn't even know I was running. He endorsed me 4 months before I knew I was running, about 4 months before the Escalade ride down with our great First Lady. And that was Brad. I said, who is he? So he was the first one. But we have people that are so incredible. Your Republican Party Chairman, Bobby Kaufman, and his son, who is a brilliant guy, and he worked with us. And I will tell you, that is a family of real professionals. Matt Whitaker, who is the very talented and very good Attorney General. Where is Matt? He's around here someplace, and he's been with us all the way. You know, we have a man that was very impressive. And I say, there's nothing wrong with it. He's so solid and so good that he didn't catch on. Sometimes being a little controversial is good. He's so perfect. Although he did break his leg during the campaign, that wasn't so good. But it sort of stood out a little bit, Doug. But Doug Burgum from North Dakota, the governor, and his beautiful wife, Catherine.
Doug.
And he got out of the race. What people don't know is that he actually supported me on the other side twice already, right? Then he decided to do it, and he was outstanding. But the traction is never easy, right? You need controversy for traction sometimes, and this guy is the most solid guy. There's no controversy whatsoever, and he's one of the best governors in our country, and I hope that I'm going to be able to call on him to be a piece of the administration, a very important piece of the administration. And also, just to conclude with this, the entire Trump team, and that includes my two boys who are really here all the time, whenever we needed them. Whenever we needed them. They are great, Eric and Don. And look at all these people. Oh, Susie, I have to say. And Chris. And they want no accolades. They just want a victory, and they want to make America great again. That's all they want, actually. They don't want to be speaking. They don't want to have pictures. They just want to do their job, right? I want to thank you very much, Jason, everybody. You're really fantastic. What a job you've done. Thank you. So we're going to come together. We're going to drill, baby, drill right away. Drill, baby, drill. We're going to seal up the border. Because right now we have an invasion. We have an invasion of millions and millions of people that are coming into our country. I can't imagine why they think that's a good thing. It's a very bad thing. I think.
Okay, so we won. Ooh, I'm locked though. Ah, but he's gonna unlock me. See, I would just sit if I was him, but he's gonna unlock
It's
me.
a group of people that are probably larger in number than New York State, and we can't have that. We can't have that. It's not sustainable as a country. It's horrible. And you know, they're coming from prisons and jails. They're coming from all over.
Oh,
They're
he's
coming
not
from
gonna
countries
unlock
that
me.
most people have never heard of. And they're coming from
Smart.
mental institutions and insane asylums. They're being emptied out into our country. And they're terrorists. Many terrorists are coming in. You know, in 2019, I saw just recently on a poll, they had none in 29, no terrorists. Now,
Oh,
I even
dumb.
there's got to be some, but they have none. And then as soon as this group took over, they have hundreds and hundreds of terrorists.
Okay.
I mean, known terrorists, some of them really bad. And many of them are in, and they came in, and nobody knows where they are. This is not a good thing. And we're going to have to deport. We're going to have a deportation level that we haven't seen in this country for a long time, since Dwight Eisenhower, actually. So I don't want to be overly rough on the president, but I have to say that he is the worst president that we've had in the history of our country. He's destroying our country. And, you know, my wife attended the funeral 2 months ago of Rosalind Carter, and it was beautiful. And Jimmy Carter was there, and I thought to myself, Jimmy Carter is happy now, because he will go down as being a brilliant president by comparison to Joe Biden. He'll be a brilliant president. He's going to be known as brilliant by comparison.
Brilliant!
So we have to stop the invasion. We have to bring down our energy. We have to, you know, I say all the time, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other nation anywhere in the world. And we have to stop the crime, and we have to help rebuild our cities, and we have to rebuild the capital, Washington, D.C. I was there on one of the Biden indictment trials. You know, this is the only person this never happened before, but I go to a lot of courthouses because of Biden, because they're using that for election interference.
Here's the plan. You sneak past the guards and grab the treasure.
For election interference.
And it's on things like election, and I don't know if you know, but they did polls tonight on the election of 2020. Do you believe it was honest or not? 82% said it was not. And we can't have that, Chairman. We can't have that. You can't have a situation like that. So we're going to straighten out our elections. We're going to do a lot of great things. We're going to try and go to paper ballots as soon as possible. Voter ID, one day elections. You know, we have these elections that last for 62 days, and if you need some more time, take as much time as you want, and so many bad things happen. We have to get rid of mail-in ballots, because once you have mail-in ballots, you have crooked elections. Actually, Jimmy Carter's commission said that a long time ago. We're going to rescue our economy. We're going to save our economy. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. There was never a greater economy, and now we don't. And when you look at what's happened with inflation, inflation is destroying. You know, they call it a country killer. Going back hundreds of years, Germany, countries that had big inflation are dead. They become dead countries. We have to stop that immediately. And we want peace through strength. Russia would have never attacked Ukraine, would have never done it. Putin and I get along fine. We get along very well. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. The fake news, which if the fake news would become real and honest news, 90% of our problems in this country would be solved. They would be solved. So Russia would have never attacked. Israel would have never been attacked. The Ukraine situation is so horrible. The Israeli situation is so horrible, what's happened. And we're going to get them solved. We're going to get them solved very fast. I actually said Ukraine. I know President Putin very well. I know Zelensky very well. I'm going to get him in. We're going to get it solved very quickly. Should have never happened. Would have never happened. Now you have all that death, far greater than people understand. The numbers are far, far greater than anybody would even think possible. You're going to find that out in the years to come. When they knock down these massive buildings in Ukraine, and then you see they announced 2 people were slightly wounded. No, many people were killed. Many people were killed. We're going to get it stopped. But it's so sad because it should have never started. People killed and a culture destroyed. You can never replace 1,000-year-old buildings with the most beautiful golden domes and churches and everything, just all rubble now. And it's so sad. Would have never, ever happened. And likewise, Israel would have never been attacked. It all comes from Iran, and we would have had to deal with Iran very quickly had the election where we, by the way, got, and I say we because it's all we got more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country. But they say we lost by a whisker, okay?
By a whisker.
But regardless of that, we're going to do incredible things, and we're not going to let China do what they'd like to do. I get along great with him also. President Xi is a very strong leader. And we're going to get things solved.
He just don't quit fighting, do he? I would have just left it there and let me win.
Solved. But if you think back to that, Iran was broke. I said to every country, anybody does business with Iran, buys oil from Iran. They were broke. We're not going to let you do business in the United States. And that's the way it is. They did very little business, almost sold no oil. Nobody wanted to do that. That's a big penalty. And what happened is they had no money to give to Hamas and to give to Hezbollah. And in fact, there were a lot of stories at the time. They had no money for terror. And for 4 years, we had no terror. We had the terror ban. They call it the Trump travel ban, but it was really the Trump terror ban. We don't want people in our country that are going to blow up our shopping centers. Thank you very much. And we want a country of law and order. So we're going to rebuild the capital of our country, Washington, D.C. We're going to scrub those beautiful marble columns and get the swastikas off them, and we're going to scrub them and get the graffiti off them, and we're going to clean the streets, and we're going to rebuild the streets. And we're not going to have rusted medians through the middle that are falling down into the roads where foreign dignitaries from all over the world come and they look. And we're not going to be riding on top of garbage like I did just a month ago, riding on top of garbage.
Riding on top of garbage.
Beautiful Washington, D.C., and we're going to take control of it, and we're going to make unbelievably harsh penalties for people that go around shooting. Last week they shot 3 people. And every night something happens. It's so sad. And likewise, we're going to.
Whew, it's fucking cold, bro.
Democrats to do it. I'd be glad to work with the people in New York.
I did like the Jew hands right there because of how cold it was. I was like,
and we're going to give our police officers immunity, so every time they do something, they don't get sued and stopped. We're going to end crime in our cities. In Iowa, you don't know what that means, but I'll tell you, this is a different place. You don't know about crime. You don't know about getting mugged and getting whacked. Into subways, and we're going to stop it. And we're going to come down very hard on criminals, and we're going to stop crime in America.
Sorry to pause really quickly, guys. We got to give you a live update. The Fox News decision desk is now projecting that Ron DeSantis will secure second place in Iowa. So we were talking about that for a second. We were saying the last hour or so, it seems like that's what's going to happen. Yes, Ron DeSantis officially, per the Fox News decision desk, will secure second place in Iowa. All right, back to the speech.
So I want to just finish by saying that this has been an incredible experience. The people have been, this is the 3rd time we've won. But this is the biggest one.
This is the 3rd time we've won.
They said, well, if you win by 12%, that's a big win. That's going to be very hard to do. Well, I think we've more than doubled that, I guess. Tripled it, maybe.
All right, what am I? Yeah.
They said, you'll never get over 50, and I just left and we're at 54. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with it, but they said, you can't do that, sir. I said, what's about the highest? Well, you could get into the 40s, maybe 40, 41.
All right, I'm going to
And
shoot some
and
alliance
it was very
requests.
interesting. I didn't know they called it early. I thought that they called it at about 10 o'clock. My impression, see this gentleman? He's dressed like a wall. I love this guy. He's been at 150 rallies probably.
We're gonna have a victory. We're gonna have a victory for the baby that
Will you come
belongs
up here?
to
Just
you,
come up here.
Lord.
Come on. It's so nice. To see you.
Our guy.
That's the man right
I
there.
still don't know his name.
Come on up here. He's emblematic of what we did. We built over 500 miles of wall. We were going to add another 200 miles. It's much more than we promised. And we had the safest border in the history of our country. Now we have the worst border in the history of the world. Look at this, man. Congratulations. Really nice. Nice to see you, man. You take care of yourself, okay? Thank you. I love that outfit. I love it. That's great. We love it. That's a hot selling jacket, by the way. So. But that represents what we did. Now we.
What is Orange's
that's
plan
schools.
here?
We got Mexico to give us 28,000 soldiers free, and we had remain in Mexico, and we had catch and release in Mexico, and we did a job. We had the safest border in our history. We had the greatest economy in our history. We were a great nation 3 years ago, and now we're a nation in decline. We are going to turn it around fast. It's going to happen so fast. We're going to drill. We're going to make great.
Where did they place? I didn't see where they placed. Is it a bot now?
Further, we gave you the biggest tax cut in history, and we're going to lower them further, and we're also going to pay off national debt. It's about time.
I'm not super stoked that there's a bot where I'm definitely going to have to go.
It's about time. So it's now off to New Hampshire, a great place. We won it last time, and we won it both times, and we love it. The people are great. But you know, the truth is, the people in our country are great. They're all great. We love Iowa, but they're all great. They only want to see one thing. They want our country to come back. They're embarrassed by what's going on. Our country is laughed at. All over the world, they're laughing at us. And they want our country to come back. They want America, they want us to be great again. It's a very simple. MAGA, make America great again. And America first. America first is a very important part of MAGA. So we're going to put America first. We're going to make America great again. Again, Iowa, we love you. You are going to, you just go out and buy larger tractors and more land. Don't worry about it. And to all of the people standing behind me and all of the people in this room and so many great politicians and great dignitaries and friends, I just want to thank you all. This is a very special night. And this is the first, because the big night is going to be in November when we take back our country, and truly, we do make our country great again. Thank you very much, everybody.
I hate the true random rolls.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, you just heard Donald Trump's victory speech after winning the Iowa caucus. And if you are just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, we will go really quickly to the live margins. Currently, with 94% of the vote in, Donald Trump has 51% of the vote in the state of Iowa. This race was never close. It was actually called by the New York Times at 8:32 p.m. And Donald Trump, obviously the winner big time of the Iowa caucus. We also have Ron DeSantis coming in second.
Wow.
That speech itself, I mean, let's talk about it really quickly. He basically said what I kind of thought he should go out there and say, which is, look, the primary is over, okay? Donald Trump dominating the Iowa caucus by that much basically proves it. I thought, and I said this, basically declare it over and put all the focus on Biden. like not even go after the other candidates. And that's what he did, right? Most of the speech is about what we're going to do in November, how we're going to, you know, fix the country in terms of and what Biden's done wrong with the country and all that different type of stuff, right? And you noticed even to the other GOP candidates, he didn't aggressively go after them. He actually just basically congratulated them, said you guys did good, you know, big unifying message there. And then you also had that one comment about how, you know, I love the people in Iowa, New Hampshire, but I also love the people in this country, right? The people in this country are great. In my opinion, that's probably one of the most unifying Donald Trump speeches I think he's actually ever given. Like, big.
Same. That's what I was thinking.
Big picture, all, you know, through all the years of his presidency, his candidacy. And I think it's good timing. It's the right move. You know, it's kind of disarming in a way. Everyone knows aggressive Trump. I don't think enough of the country knows I'm not even say softer side of Trump, but, you know, the unifying side of Trump. And I think that was actually a very perfect message, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I think it was a great message because, you know, one of the big hits on Trump, especially from people that are siding with Haley and DeSantis on this in this primary, are he's not unifying. He's not going to bring the country together. He can't get all of us on the same page. And that was a great unifying speech.
It was.
He's playing into that vote a little bit.
Right.
He's wanting people to be like, hey.
Because I think he's also trying to say maybe subtly to the Haley voters, to the DeSantis voters, to the Vivek voters.
I'm more mature.
Time to come home, right? Yeah, time to come home, right?
Come home. All the shots you have on me that, you know, I'm not mature, I'm a loose cannon, all this stuff. He's showing that he's not. He's showing that he can be the adult in the room. He can be the bigger man and congratulate the other candidates instead of going after him.
Yeah.
And I think it was great. And also, like you mentioned, saying I love the people in Iowa, I love all these people, but I also love the people all across America. The people in California, the people in Oregon, the people in New York, the people in Maine, in liberal blue states that are still going to vote for him or may not vote for him. He's talked about liberals and conservatives.
Yeah.
Great unifying message. I think that's a great step in the right direction for him.
Absolutely. And, you know, like I said, you do want to see some reconciliations after the primary. Probably Trump Vivek for sure. Trump DeSantis maybe.
Definitely Trump Vivek.
I hope he doesn't reconcile with Nikki Haley, to tell you the truth.
Yeah. No.
I don't think it's an effective use of resources at this point when you saw what happened tonight for Donald Trump to even waste time campaigning against the other Republicans at this point. It's an irrelevant conversation.
Why?
So you notice he kind of extended the olive branch to them, and that was the right move.
Why waste time, and also why waste time trying to tear down a candidate?
Why divide the party further?
Why divide?
All you got to do is unite at this point.
In a state like Iowa, that Trump's already very well off in, you got 21% of the people in that state that said they want Ron DeSantis as president. You got 19% that want Nikki Haley. Why further divide that party, that wing of the party?
Yeah.
That may go out and still undecided in the general or in future elections. Why trash them? Why trash
Motherfucker.
the 10% for DeSantis, the 7% for Vivek?
There we go.
Whatever it may be. Why go out and trash them?
Yep.
You know, unify the party, bring it together, have all the voters come home so we can have a big, big victory in November.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, folks. Well, that's the Donald Trump speech. We will move on now and keep covering. I mean, we're close to 100%. We might as well go there. And I do want to hear the DeSantis speech and Haley speech and Vivek speech if those are happening. So we will start shifting to trying to monitor those. But thank you to everyone who's tuned in so far. Be sure to leave a like on the video, subscribe to the channel if you're just randomly finding this in the algorithm. And of course, feel free to super chat with your thoughts on the speech, on the night, and yeah. All right, there's Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen.
Almost 90% of the population is addicted to caffeine, and I wondered how many people were...
I really think this is time now for everybody, our country, to come together. We want to come together, whether it's Republican.
Oh boy, do I have a... Imagine there was a way to guarantee your success in achieving your goals, but in exchange you needed to give up meaningful relationships, secondary interests, service to others, and time developing your relationship with God. That is what hustle culture is offering us. Hustle culture is a mindset that idolizes hard work in pursuit of ultimate supremacy. Well, maybe
ultimate
more like
supremacy.
Just achieving your goals and getting validation and being successful. So what's so wrong with this? Hustle is better than laziness, right? Right,
Yeah.
but from my experience, it's far too easy to just trade the vice of undisciplined laziness for all-consuming and unhealthy hustle. In this video, I want to share my first-hand experience of getting swept up into hustle culture as a 19-year-old content creator and share 5 principles that help me break free.
Okay, well, I'm going to kill Green. Oh, I lost 9 troops off that, bro. What the fuck? Ah, too bad. What the fuck? Okay, there we go.
I was 18 years old and about to drop out of university. Why? Well, here's the thing. I actually really like school. I like studying. I liked writing essays. I like doing all of that stuff.
Tired of those boring run-of-the-mill stickers that just don't stand?
Yeah, I am tired of
Say
boring
hello to
run-of-the-mill stickers. What the? Run-of-the-mill stickers being all boring and shit. Fuck that. Get cool stickers, bro.
But something was off. Like, really off. I would show up for class every day and I would just be so restless. I wanted to jump out of my own skin. I couldn't shake this feeling like I was wasting my time, like I was supposed to be doing something else. For me, my dream was to help people follow Jesus daily with online social media content, similar to what I'm doing right now. But at the time, I only had like 100 followers on one platform and maybe a couple hundred on another platform. If you were to look at my followers at that point and I were to tell you, hey, this is what I want to do with the rest of my life, you would have thought, man, you know, this kid is pretty delusional. But honestly, and this is a story for another time, I decided that it was worth the risk, that you need to do things that sometimes seem scary or unpredictable or absolutely crazy in order to follow where God wants you. And for me, that meant leaving university and pursuing this as my life's calling and passion. But it honestly didn't take me very long to realize that this was going to be a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. While all sorts of other responsibilities in my life were flaring up, like other work I had and family responsibilities, I tried to dedicate every spare moment to pursuing this dream of making content and writing and filming. I loved the work. It was so fun. It was so fulfilling creatively. But as time went on, I encountered a harsh reality The algorithm was never satisfied. No matter how much I wrote, how much I shot, how much I edited, how much I put out there and released, it was never enough. And not only that, but at this point, my anxiety and fear were a constant companion in all the creative endeavors that I was aspiring towards. My fear and anxiety would tell me this is never gonna work. In those early days, my identity was so tied to the views and the followers and the Patreon subscribers. It was so tied up into who I was. So every time a video didn't do well or a piece of social media content didn't actually strike a chord with people, I felt so debilitated and sad, honestly. Like it was depressing sometimes. But honestly, each time I encountered that disappointment and discouragement, it honestly motivated me more to keep going, to put in longer hours and work harder to actually make something of myself. So I continued on with the affirmation of social media productivity gurus and entrepreneurs online that said, hustle hard because that's what it takes to make it. And I believe them.
People talk about the hustle, but then you're talking about your 6 o'clock, happy hour drink, or your video game, or this and that. And here we are in the holidays, and everybody's going to their holiday party. And I've got 1 meeting coming up right now, 2 meetings after that, reviewing all my email. And so
yeah, that's honestly just sad, bro.
while everybody's drinking some eggnog, I continue the hustle.
Unfortunately, motivational talks from Tony Robbins and Hustle Culture podcasts by Gary Vee only work for so long before you actually stop getting rejuvenation from them and you just burn out. Then fear and anxiety would come right back and pull me out again, back into the work. But that wasn't the only thing. I felt guilty for going out, for socializing, for spending time with my family, for volunteering at church because I was quote unquote wasting my time when I should have been hustling at my dream job. Because at that point, even though I was putting so much effort and time into making content and pursuing that dream job, I felt so empty and sad because I had stripped away all the meaningful things in my life that brought me joy and that I was actually passionate about as well. I've noticed that hustle culture feeds on 3 things: guilt,
I done
guilt. I feel like I'm not doing enough. I feel like I'm not working hard.
I done messed up. I meant to click that 18 and move it, but fuck.
Set this time aside to rest and recuperate. You may be watching a movie or some TV, and all of a sudden you feel this deep guilt within you because you're not being productive or you're not getting things done. Even though you've set this time aside to establish balance in your life, you still feel that guilt, and hustle culture thrives on that guilt. Fear. We push ourselves beyond what is reasonable because we fear falling
now it's gonna kill
our peers, or we fear not being able to accomplish the things we want to accomplish. Greed. I've fallen into
that
this.
Sucks.
Too. You want to make more money, you want to get more followers, you're greedy for that next step, that next dose of material possessions or validation or whatever else that may be. For me, it was a little bit of each one of these ingredients that made a poisonous concoction. So what did I do? Well, I knew there needed to be a change in my life, and it needed to come quick. But honestly, what was I gonna do? Just cut back on everything and not achieve my dream? I knew that I needed to work extra hard in order to accomplish what
a douche. This guy wasn't to buy
somewhere, a meaningful,
and then he bought it out because
incorporated both hustle and rest. Here's what I believe to be true. God placed us on this earth to live every moment for him. And I used to think that that means that we always need to be working. But honestly, he gave us this earth to enjoy his good gifts, his good blessings. So yes, that means that we're working hard when it's time to work, but it also means that we're enjoying family, fellowship, food, all these, alliteration there. Hey, we're enjoying the good things.
I'm not even going to tell him good game because he just bought it out until the end.
I hope you've enjoyed hearing my story a little bit. Here are 5 things that I did to break free from this toxic hustle culture mentality. First thing, set specific boundaries with your work. For me, that means no working on Sundays. I work for my...
Yeah, no, I don't work on Sundays. I don't stream. I don't do any of that on Sundays. That's the Sabbath.
Quite a bit of the time, and so that means I'm able to organize my schedule. For you, it might be a little bit harder if you have kind of a weird work schedule or it's less predictable, but try as best you can to set aside a day or an evening or something like that where you can intentionally rest. And even when you experience that guilt or the fear of falling behind, you can tell yourself, no, like this is important time where I need to be intentional. Just as intentional as I am with getting my work done to be productive, I need to be intentional about getting my rest in so I can be effective and efficient in the ways that God wants me to be. 2, prioritize intentional action over busy work. All the time, when I experience this guilt, even if I don't have something to do, I'll figure out something to do. I'll make up work for myself so then I can ease that guilt. This is not a good thing to do. You got to confront that guilt straight on and say, hey, look, I don't have to be working now, because it's way better than to do that than to just make up random tasks that aren't actually that important. Because, too, you're going to wear yourself out. When there is something important to do, you won't have enough energy to do it. So that's second thing that's been really helpful for me. Number 3, and I'm not super good at this yet, but create a life outside of the hustle. Join a knitting club, join a volleyball team, play the guitar, learn to play the guitar. I think I want to, take singing lessons. I think that would be pretty fun, but I'm trying to be intentional about taking these steps.
I think that one of the things that you should do is probably go and join like a MMA class or like jiu-jitsu or something like that. I think that would be, if you're a young man at least.
To establish somewhat of a life. Like, I kind of take it as, my personal joke that I have no life, but honestly, the joke kind of gets old.
Bro, there is no bot. You dumb fuck.
Figure out some other activities that you can do. Number 4 is focus on fostering 3 to 4 friendships a month. And I know what you're saying, Isaac, I don't have.
What the fostering 3 to 4 friendships a month? That's trying to make way too many friends, bro.
That many friendships that I can, I have to meet up with people that often. And if that's the case, look, ask somebody out for coffee from church, somebody that seems interesting. Look, if it doesn't work out, you guys don't click, it's all good. Reach out to some people that are your age and maybe in your same kind of space of career or passion, or maybe not, maybe they're totally different. It's also just rejuvenating to get the perspective of somebody else and help you get out of your own skin and your own
all right, let's shoot
what
some.
You gotta do and how you're gonna progress your life into somebody else, and what are they doing with their life, and how can you pour into their life. Number 5, learning to say no. There are a lot of good things you can do with your time, a lot of good opportunities that you can take on, but there's so much freedom in learning when to say no. Yes, it's important to be discerning and not just say no to everything and cut yourself off from the world, but it's really great to be able to say, hey, like, this is good, and I think what you guys are doing over there is great, or whatever. If it's like an opportunity to serve somewhere or take on a role, you're like, hey, that's awesome, and you don't have to think it's bad just to say no. It's awesome, but you're like, that's not for me, because you got to guard your time. You don't want to burn yourself out because you're so ineffective if you do that. Believe me, I know. And when you're in that space of just saying yes to everything, all of a sudden everything becomes a burden. Everything becomes a chore, as opposed to joyfully approaching each opportunity, each place of service, each area where you want to be productive with joy and excitement and exuberance, because you've properly allotted your time. Establishing boundaries was an essential step I took in breaking free from hustle culture. When I recognized what I truly valued and what I wanted to intentionally pursue in my life, it became that much more easy to say no to things that didn't align and break free from the guilt and fear and shame and greed that was trying to coax me back into hustle culture, but rather to use these things that God has given me for His glory. And that was enough. Thanks for watching, guys.
All right, so I chose like where I wanted to learn,
an older adult wanting to
like try to practice one thing
What's the difference
every week, like for a little bit each day, for like 30 minutes each day. I wanted to practice one thing and try to just get better at it. And so this week I chose that I was going to draw a hand. I've never drawn a hand in my life, so... But yeah, so I've been watching videos and stuff, so I'm going to watch this video about shading right now. You guys want to see the hand that I drew today? Here, I'll put it so that you can see the whole, so it's like a full camera. That's the second time I ever drew a hand in my life. I think I did a good job. What do you guys think? Do you guys think I did decent for the second time I've ever drawn a hand? Now I'm going to watch a video about shading.
Hey guys, I'm Stan Prokopenko.
Why does he
I've
look
been
so
teaching
weird?
drawing and painting for 10 years now. I've seen a lot of portfolios. I've critiqued thousands of assignments. And the problems I saw in student work back when I first started teaching are the same ones I'm still seeing now. These are fundamental issues that don't change with the latest version of Photoshop or even what century you live in. Before we jump in, I want to quickly mention that I'm working on a drawing basics course. It's meant to be a new artist's first course. Get you started doing the right things and hit the ground running. If you don't want to miss it when it comes out, get on the newsletter at proko.com/subscribe. So here are 5 shading mistakes you're probably making and how to fix them. Number 5, icing before the cake. I meet artists all the time who are just starting out and they're practicing techniques and anatomy and shading details and all this really cool stuff, but it's not making their drawings better. Why is that? While they're focused on all the fancy fun stuff, they're making huge proportion mistakes. Their perspective is off and their gesture is stiff. That's not even icing before the cake. That's icing without the cake.
Oh, what the heck?
Build your pictures.
I forgot to put the... Shit, that was stupid of me. There we go.
And your skills with the fundamentals first. Each concept builds on the last. Surface stuff like anatomy, techniques, and rendering details are all at the tippity top. Awesome, but initially unnecessary and less important than the stuff at the bottom. You can't shade correctly if you don't know the simple form. You can't draw the simple form if you don't understand perspective. The forms don't matter if you can't draw a straight line, keep your proportions in check, or establish a dynamic pose. This is a drawing I did a few years into my studies. If you think it's really good, you've fallen for my tricks. At this point in my development, I got good at shading, but it's filled with structural errors. I didn't really understand form. I just learned some effective tricks to make the drawings appear 3D. An exaggerated core shadow, some reflected light, and a bright highlight as a cherry on top. Wow, it's so easy. But it's all just a cheap distraction from the uninformed construction. The icing might be the part that makes it look pretty or makes it stand out, but icing by itself, it's gross. It's empty calories. Remember this every time you want to draw eyelashes before the eye socket. Number 4, bad reference.
Whoa, hold up guys. I just got tagged and I've got to take a selfie. Let's see. First, camera up high, very slimming. Kind of dark in here. Turn the flash on. Click. All right, now I've got to choose a nice filter. Tweak that a little bit. Perfect.
We've distorted and
That was gay.
out of that photo.
That was some gay
It
shit
might be
right there.
Flattering, or maybe even a good photo, but photography and drawing are 2 different fields. Something that makes a good photo won't necessarily make good reference for drawing. You won't be able to draw something like this from
Why did this guy break my alliance?
Drawing from bad photos is super
I'm confused.
common, but super easy to fix. I wrote a blog post about it ages ago, so you can go there for a more detailed lesson on what makes good photo reference. But to paraphrase, don't use overexposed or underexposed photos. Don't use flat lit or flash lit photos. Don't use blurry photos. Don't use photos with extreme lens distortion.
Why?
Don't use
That'd
tiny
be funny.
photos. Make sure the resolution is high enough so you can at least see the forms of the nostrils and eyelids. And don't use Photoshop photos from magazines. When looking for reference, look for photos with good lighting and clear shadows, like this. This will translate into a dimensional drawing.
I'm confused with why Yellow broke their alliance with me. What the fuck what? I'm actually like really confused about that.
No shadows makes it much harder to define the forms in your drawing. It's possible, I've done it, but it takes a trained eye and ability to use subtle halftones to define the forms. Beginners usually end up with flat, muddy-looking patches of tone. If you're just getting started, I recommend sticking to photos with lighting that clearly defines the forms. You can find photo packs made specifically for artists that have good lighting and minimal touch-ups. I've got some here. In the long run, the best thing to do is learn how to take your own reference photos. And if you can draw from life instead, well, that's better than any photo. Number 3, outlines. There's always a silver lining, but there's also not, because the real world doesn't have outlines. Yet as beginners, we all start by drawing thick, dark outlines around everything. Now, there's nothing wrong with linear drawings or cartoons if that's your intention. But if you're trying to draw realistically, you need to be thoughtful about your outlines. It's okay to use them. It's a mistake to overuse them or use them as a crutch. Stop thinking of 2D shapes and start thinking of 3D planes. Knowing the structure of the nose, that means the planes of the nose, which are based off of anatomy, will help you place patches of tone that make it look like a convincing nose. No need for outlines. You can draw a whole picture without any outlines, since that's how we actually see things. Masters like John Singer Sargent know how to use both. In the face of this drawing, he's not using outlines, just tone. It's the center of interest, so he makes it more realistic. In all these secondary elements, he's using outlines. The outlines are deliberate. The tonal face and the outline parts have a nice contrast. And the outlines don't look boring. They have a variety to their weight. The jaw and neck are outlined, but the ear isn't. The edge is lost into the background. He used the outlines sparingly and only in areas where he wanted the forms to pop. The left side of the figure is separated from the background with a value difference. The jaw, neck, shirt, bow tie, and jacket are all very similar in value. To separate them with tone would require very subtle shading. In a quick drawing like this, too much detail in secondary elements could look overworked. A well-placed outline is clean and simple. It does the job. Number 2, afraid of the dark. The next mistake is not going dark enough with your shadows.
This guy, dumb. He should have left a stack outside instead of bringing it all the way in. Why would you have done that?
I see this all the time, especially on portraits. People are afraid to put dark shadows on fair skin because they know that the local color of the skin is pale. So they think light skin, light values. But the shadow is just a shadow. It's the lack of light. It's supposed to be dark. Or some people are afraid to go too dark because they might not be able to erase it. So the shadows end up being just as light as their halftones. By removing the shadows, you remove the mood that the lighting created. And you're losing the three-dimensionality of the forms. If you don't like the lighting in the photo, why did you use the photo? Retake it. Don't make it that hard on yourself. Inventing a new light setup on a face is really hard. If you're advanced, you can do whatever. You can draw a pretty girl while looking at a beaver. But if you're a beginner, don't. So to avoid muddy or cartoony drawings, Learn how to see values correctly. When you're drawing, make sure you separate the light family from the shadow family. Remember the rule: the lightest dark is darker than the darkest light. If you're not sure what that means, this next mistake is for you. And number one, sloppy values. The most common shading mistake I see is not organizing your values correctly. Not making your shadows dark enough, like I mentioned in the last mistake, is one way, but making your halftones too dark is just as bad. So general sloppiness with your value control is the bigger issue.
I need to find the best way to learn math and science.
It's brilliant.org.
Whoa.
The first thing that is important to understand is that the value on any particular point on the surface is mostly determined by the angle of the surface in relation to the light source, unless you're dealing with highly reflective surfaces. Then they act more like a mirror to the environment. For now, let's stick to surfaces like skin, which are slightly reflective. I did a lesson on how to shade a drawing a while ago. I highly recommend you watch that next. But generally, the part of the surface that points directly towards the light is called the center light. It will be the brightest spot, excluding any reflective highlights. As the surface turns away from the light source, those planes will get progressively darker. These are known as halftones. The more they face away, the darker they are. After we pass what's called the terminator, the planes don't receive any direct light from the light source, since they are facing away from the light. Everything in there is shadow. Unless you're in space, shadows won't be pure black. Light will bounce off other things in the environment. So within the shadows, you'll have bounce light, or reflected light. But those are still darker than the halftones in the lit side. That's the general concept. There's also occlusion shadows, half shadows, coarse shadows, and highlights, but you can go over the other lesson for the full explanation. Okay, so now that you understand form and how light reveals form, it's important to stay consistent throughout your drawing. Light reveals the three-dimensional forms because the value of
I am in like the best spot for sure. This game.
Plane tells the viewer the angle of that plane. If you make your halftones as dark as your shadows, then you're not communicating the correct plane angles, and that breaks the illusion of form. That brings us back to the rule. The lightest dark is darker than the darkest light. Let me rephrase that a little. The lightest shadow is darker than the darkest halftone. Make a little more sense? You'd think that this reflected light under the jaw is lighter than this halftone on the side of the cheek, right?
Yeah.
Well, wrong. I'll prove it. Sample this color, extend it out so you can see it's the same color. Then do the same with this side.
What?
So, if it's in the shadow family, it should be darker than anything in the light family. Organize your values and use them correctly in your drawing. And I don't mean that you have to organize your values exactly like this. You can stretch your light family and shrink the shadows, or you can add more contrast between the two. You don't even have to use the full values.
Hi everyone. In the popular imagination, anarchists are assumed to be naive optimists. It is thought
I
that
definitely
anyone
think
who
they
thinks
are.
Humans can live a good life without capitalism and the state must do so because they think humans are angels who are naturally caring and benevolent. Anarchists in the 19th and early 20th centuries in fact had a very nuanced understanding of human nature. Anarchists thought that all human beings across all societies have some characteristics in common. Michael Bakunin wrote that the key elements of human existence will always remain the same: to be born to develop and grow, to work in order to eat and drink, in order to have shelter and defend oneself, in order to maintain one's individual existence in the social
Nah, this guy's
of his
boring
own
as fuck.
species. To love, reproduce.
I'm gonna go grab a snack real quick.
The media, the state, the self-help gurus are for the first time all unified on trying to get you and I brainwashed and sucked into this trap. And here's the scary part. It's working. And this trap is so prevalent and pervasive in society today that you won't realize that you fell for it until it's too late. And it's not too far off from
What
the
is it?
Netflix hit series Stranger Things, where some of the characters get stuck in the Upside Down, a mysterious alternate dimension existing parallel to the reality of the human world. And what if I told you that the majority of people who are looking to make positive changes to their life and to the world are stuck living in a false parallel universe? And I don't want this to be you. My name is Ruslan, and this channel exists to encourage, empower, and inspire you to live a life that blesses God. If you're new here, or if you're not new here, please hit that subscribe button, as we are on the cusp of 500,000 subscribers, and I'd love to celebrate that with you. But before we expose this alternate parallel universe that so many people are sucked into and don't even know it, check out what some of these celebrities have said what they think the purpose of life is.
I think people ask that question on the assumption that meaning is something you can look for, and it doesn't consider the possibility that maybe meaning in life is something that you create, you manufacture for yourself, for others.
That what really matters is trying to understand the right questions to ask. The more that we can increase the scope and scale of human consciousness, the better we are able to ask these questions.
Don't sleepwalk through life. Find something that you really enjoy doing if you can do it. You know, not everybody's lucky enough to be able to find that, but it ought to be your goal.
I think my purpose is to inspire people and use my platform to help people.
Well, there's two things. You should be pursuing who you could be. That'd be the first thing. It's like, because you're not who you could be, and you know it. You have guilt and shame and regret, and associated with that, you should be attempting to formulate some conception of the highest good that you can conceive of, that you can articulate.
It's our intention. Our intention is everything. Nothing happens on this planet without it. Not one single thing has ever been accomplished without intention.
When you grow up, you tend to get told that the world is the way it is, and you're Your life is just to live your life inside the world. Try not to bash into the walls too much. Try to have a nice family life. Have fun. Save a little money. But life, that's a very limited life.
Your purpose is to be here fully, to align yourself with this moment internally.
So did you catch any similarities there? Similar themes that they presented. And I'm not saying that there isn't some truth in what was discussed in those different clips. So the question is, how do you find your purpose? And how do you get to your why? Is there really that many ways to discover what you are created
Jesus
for? I don't
Christ.
want to dunk on any of the things that were said, but some of them are so shallow or so unclear, or as we would like to say, complete faux fundities, just nothing sandwiches. Shout out Eckhart Tolle.
To align yourself with this moment internally.
The themes were all over the place. Elon Musk said it's about advancing consciousness. Jordan Peterson said it's about the greater good. Justin Bieber said he's here to inspire and help people. And Eckhart Tolle said to be more present in the moment. But notice that unfortunately, the repeated theme, all of them position you as the center. You as the source. You that gets to derive what your meaning and your purpose is. So does that mean that the difference between completely lost and misguided about your purpose and walking in the fullness of your purpose is a couple of journal entries and some
what a piece of shit
meditative music? Or is it possible?
Why did they do that? What did it do?
Well, we've been looking at the topic of finding your purpose and your calling and your meaning in life completely wrong. That we've had it completely backwards, that we are operating in the upside down. I found it extremely telling that when I actually went to the scriptures and tried to dig into this topic of purpose, that God talks about this completely different than how we as humans think about it. But before we get into that, I first want to highlight some different celebrities that have reached their biggest dreams and accomplished their success and attained the fame and fortune, and yet still arrived at the conclusion that their life kind of sucks.
When people say, oh, I want to be like you, I want to be an actor, I want to look like you, the question I always ask them is why? Like, really, why? People, and especially in America, this idea of fame, that to be famous means that you're successful, that you're happy.
When How I Met Your Mother first went on the air, I ran into an actress that I knew, and she said, are you just like so happy all the time? And I remember thinking, does she really think that when CBS picked up the show, it left me with an inability to feel anything other than unbridled joy? But the joke was on me because I kind of thought it would.
Why am I unhappy? Okay, Stephanie, Gaga, hybrid person. Why are you unhappy?
The happiness wasn't there, and I realized why that was. There was such an attempt to achieve these things and to keep going that you lose sight of the people and the blessings that you have around you.
And when you have all this stuff, it doesn't mean you're happy.
Now, this feeling of emptiness, once you've achieved a certain level of financial breakthrough, isn't just for celebrities. Here's an eerie clip of an average guy who became a millionaire in his 30s, calling in to Dave Ramsey and coming to these same conclusions.
Hey guys, I've got a question for you that will seem ridiculous to other listeners, but it's real to me. I'm 37. My wife and I just entered baby step 7.
Yay!
Wow. Yes.
You have a paid-for house, you're 100% debt-free, you're rocking retirement, and you're 37. You're a rock star, man.
Yeah, and it is exciting, and our net worth is just north of $1 million, so we're feeling great.
So good.
I struggle with a sense of purpose now. It almost feels like I'm working for nothing. I don't know what to do with, I've got more money than I could possibly use. When you're working on paying off the house, that's a motivator.
Yep.
Everything's gone, right? So now, writing checks for charity, it doesn't always satisfy me. It's just a check. I don't see the end result. Leaving a ton of money to my kids doesn't feel satisfying. I feel like that just puts them in the same problem I'm facing right now. We don't spend a ton. It doesn't satisfy me to spend. So
That's
I
just
find
awesome.
I struggle when I get
So
a bonus
you have
at work.
discovered that money is not the answer to happiness. Yeah.
That's
awesome.
Yeah,
Very cool.
Right.
Yeah. Good for you. Our spirits are not designed to be satisfied by
money.
non-spiritual things.
So it's interesting that almost everyone across the spectrum who finally actualizes their financial goals or their career goals ends up saying that they're kind of left empty, whether it's the person calling in the Ramsey or celebrities. So what does this mean regarding this concept of purpose? Well, when I took a deep dive in the scripture, I found that we really are in the upside down, that everything is backwards in terms of how we filter this topic. And then in my study of God's perspective of our purpose, I discovered this verse about King David. It's Acts chapter 13, verse 36. Now, when David had served God's purpose in his own generation, he fell asleep, he was buried with his ancestors, and his body decayed. Now notice that it says God's purpose and not David's purpose. We'll come back more to that idea in a little bit, but it says that David fulfilled God's purpose in his generation. And oftentimes, we're pursuing what we believe our purpose is. We're pursuing this mantra that if you could just find something you love to do so much that you do it for free, then you'll find your purpose. Then you'll truly find happiness. But the truth is, it doesn't always work out that way. And one of the biggest mistakes that we make, especially in America, is we equate what we...
It's literally what I was reading, what I memorized last week. Matthew 25, Matthew 6, 25 through 34.
do to earn a living with our purpose. Now, Mike Rowe explains this very well in this next clip. Mike Rowe is the host of the groundbreaking show Dirty Jobs, and check out what he has to say about this entire idea of chasing your dreams and being defined by what you do as your purpose.
So, okay, I know I want to be an astronaut. I know that's the thing that's going to make me happy. What do I have to do to get there? And you make this list and you go down that road and you start to cross those things off, and maybe you make it and maybe you don't. Statistically, you're not going to make it. You know why? Because there are only like 100 astronauts. Tough. Okay? It's a tough thing to do. I think when you put passion first, you erect a giant wall. If you can get over it and get down to the other side, then you get to write the biography and tell the world about how you identified or wished. And people love to read that crap. In my view, that's simply not how most success works. Never follow your passion, but always bring it with you.
It's interesting that Mike says, don't follow your passion, but instead take your passion with you. And I'm going to tell you a story about a father figure in my life that was instrumental in me coming to faith in Jesus and ultimately finding my purpose. His name is Willie. But before I get there, I first have to look at what the scriptures have to say about purpose. It may shock you. Now, remember I said this concept that your purpose and my purpose really doesn't exist in the scriptures? To drive home that point even more, check out Proverbs 19:21. Many are the plans in a person's heart, but it is the Lord's purpose that prevails. In Luke 7:30, it says that the Pharisees and experts in the law rejected God's purpose for themselves because they had not been baptized by John. John was the cousin of Jesus who was making the way for Jesus' ministry. Now, before I get into what is our purpose, it's first important to note that both of those passages say that it's about God's purpose for our life. And before I get to the final verses to really juxtapose what is God's purpose for our life versus what society and the media tells us our purpose is, I have to tell you a story about my friend Willie. I grew up in San Diego, and unfortunately my dad wasn't in my life, which led me to getting into a lot of trouble. And I actually got arrested at the age of 11 and had to do some community service. Well, thankfully, my next door neighbors were a gentleman named Charles and a gentleman named Willie. They went to a local church that I ended up doing a lot of my community service hours at. And Willie ended up becoming a father figure to me. Willie was instrumental in sharing the gospel with me, but he had been gone for a while because he was a truck driver. And I remember when he finally came back and picked me up in his massive semi-truck. Took me to Oceanside for the very first time, which is where I live now. I live in Vista Oceanside, North County, San Diego. And on that trip, I was enamored by his apartment-style cab in the back of his truck, where he had a TV and he had a couch and a fridge. And he was literally living out of that portion of his truck because he was driving cross-country. He was a very blue-collar kind of guy. And that awoke my deep-down masculine desire to someday live out of a vehicle. Later in my life, I went on tour and found out that that was extremely overrated. But nevertheless, I thought this little apartment in the back of his truck was so cool. I began to think that that was the exact purpose for his truck, that that truck was created so that Willie can live out of it while he drove across country. But here's the reality. That truck wasn't created to have an apartment in it. That truck was created to transport cargo across the country. That truck was created so that it could be driven. Willie living out of it was a secondary purpose. And thinking about that made me realize how we often think that our lives is that portion of the semi-truck, the super slick apartment with its own fridge and all the amenities that you can live out of. But that's not really it. That may be a secondary function of our purpose, but it's not the purpose. The cab in your life is your career. It is your passion. It is your hobbies. But that's not your purpose. And in the same way, Willie's purpose wasn't just to be a truck driver. Willie knew that his purpose was so much greater. In him sharing the gospel, he also exemplified it with his actions by being a father figure to me when I really needed one. So Willie didn't allow himself to be defined by what he did as a career. Willie allowed himself to be defined by what God had him do in that moment in his life. And so the question is, what is our purpose? Well, the scriptures actually make it very simple. Solomon, who was the wisest man who ever lived, concluded his book Ecclesiastes with this. Now all has been heard, and here's the conclusion of the matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the duty of all mankind. For God will bring every deed into judgment. According to Solomon, the reason why we're created is to fear God and keep his commandments. It's interesting that Jesus, in his last commandment to his disciples, echoed this when he told them to therefore go out and make disciples.
Why would you have done that?
Teaching them to command everything he said. That our purpose is simply to know God and make him known. And in the process, we get to do some amazing things like work jobs and start families and serve in our local church and maybe even make a living doing something we love. But that is not our purpose. Our purpose is to know the Creator and make him known. 1 Peter 2:9 summarizes this perfectly, where he says, you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you may declare the praises of him who called you.
Moving up to there was actually a fairly smart move.
And if you want to hear one of the most biblical principles connected to walking in your purpose that science finally has caught up on, check out this video where David Goggins and Andrew Huberman discuss just that. See you over there, all right? Peace.
This review probably won't be one that you typically see. Reviews for movies tend to cover things from a more artistic perspective, focusing on the nuances of the plots, characters, designs, sound and music, things along those lines. That'll be quick and easy. Plot sucks, it looks half finished, and almost all the characters are flat and uninteresting. Instead, what I want you to focus on is the metaphysical message that the movie is trying to portray, the ideas it wished to get across to children. And make no mistake, this is not a family movie like Disney used to make. This is just an outright kids movie. Children, either fortunately or unfortunately, listen a lot more than they realize. They're basically cultural sponges, absorbing everything they see and hear around them, whether or not they know they are doing it. It's why I've made several videos now revolving around the concept of stories, and why the stories that we watch are so much more than merely entertaining fiction. and it's why I consider Disney's wish to be dangerous, if not borderline evil. But before we go into the important bits, the quick review of the more artistic side of things. Movie is easily forgettable. Main character was yet another, oh look at me, I'm so quirky archetype that Disney has been vomiting out since Tangled. At least with Tangled, it made sense. She was trapped within a tower all her life and never had any kind of social interaction. She was quirky and awkward because she had a reason to be, not because the writers merely wanted her to be. The plot was overly rushed. Things happened at several points that nearly gave me whiplash, making me wonder how we got here so fast. The biggest culprit went from how the villain went from model idealistic character to Saturday morning cartoon evil because he was asked a couple of mundane
I haven't seen this. Is it on Disney Plus?
questions, but we'll get to that. Musical numbers were largely forgettable. A couple songs could have really been good, but then they did something to otherwise ruin it. I might have to listen to some of them again without the movie, as it might have just been the movie that ruined it. But let's get on to the main point of all of this, and why I would label the movie as dangerous to show your children, and put those ideas into their fragile subconscious. Stories, especially children's stories, tend to have a message to them. The Boy Who Cried Wolf told a tale about the dangers of lying and destroying people's trust. Disney's Pinocchio is full of so many allegories and metaphors that has caused certain psychologists to go on to multi-hour lectures about how every little detail in the movie is perfectly constructed. Let's start with the movie's so-called villain, King Magnifico. Let me give you the brief rundown of the villain. Born of humble origins to an average family, his home and lands were ravaged by thieves and marauders, his family seemingly killed. So he began to work tirelessly on himself, learning the ways of magic. Once he amassed enough inner personal power, he set off to an uninhabited island. From there, he began to build his kingdom. He never forced anyone to join his kingdom. He never tricked anyone. People from around the globe came willingly to live under his peaceful rule. We human beings live strongly by association, and with good reason. Sometimes the associations can be otherwise pointless and silly, but will still carry the strongest of feelings. If you don't believe me, by all means, go about your day with a Charlie Chaplin mustache and tell me how your day goes, if anyone makes any associations about you, regardless of your thoughts or beliefs on those associations. The movie starts right off the bat, and I mean literally right at the start, when it's doing its whole exposition dump from a fairy tale book, associating these otherwise positive traits with the villain. And that would be fine if we ever got to see a proper subversion of any of the negative traits, or showcasing how the otherwise positive traits can end up being used for evil, and a main character to showcase how it should be used for good. Maybe if the king gained his personal power in order to do evil, and Asha gained her personal inner power to help others, that could have worked, but that never happened. For years, decades, the king ruled over the kingdom of Rosas peacefully, without a single underlying negative trait or reasoning behind his rule. No, seriously, when King Magnifico has his villain song, there was no one around to hear him, so he is just singing to himself, not trying to trick or manipulate anyone. Let me read you some of the lines of this song. Before that, I suppose if I were to try and make a poor counter-argument to myself, his main flaws are that he's a little arrogant and self-conceited. But if you manage to learn magic powerful enough to let you build a peaceful kingdom from scratch, I'm not really going to care if you take pride in that, and also think you're good looking. Anyway, the lyrics. I'd give the clothes off Benito's back, if you really needed that. I'd be the first one to volunteer if your home were to crumble, or if you were in trouble. I let you live here for free, and I don't even charge you rent. I didn't write this into the script, but I just noticed. I let you live here for free, and I don't even charge you rent. Well, the free part kind of implies that you're just repeating the same... Whoa, this is bad writing in general. Anyway, moving on with the lyrics again. I clean up all your messes, and I'm always there when you need to vent. I give, and give, and give, and give. You think they all be content? And all I really want is just a little respect. And this is the thanks I get? This doesn't even sound like a villain song. This sounds like the song of the heroic main character who's starting to feel like the hero's journey is not worth it. Or they started to get some self-doubt. The dude does not have evil tendencies. Period. With everything I've laid out so far, does it not sound like King Magnifico is actually a great person? Maybe even someone young kids should look up to? Well, let's take a look at what exactly Disney did to make him such a bad guy. When people turn 18, or when they move to the kingdom, they willingly give him their wishes. When they do that, they forget what those wishes were. King Magnifico chooses the wishes that will be good for the kingdom of Rosa and for the people, and holds on to the rest. None of this is for personal gain. He's already the king. Everyone already respects him. He doesn't get any power from this, at least not until they shoehorn forced evil magic into him. He does it from how the movie portrays out of the benevolence of his heart. This is a motif as old as the very damned concept of wishes. So in other words, a motif that has been around and passed down since the beginning of civilization. Be careful what you wish for. Sometimes what you think you want isn't actually what you want. There are unintended consequences. All that jazz. This movie, made by Disney, who brought many of these old fairy tales to life over the last 100 years, is now trying to destroy this timeless wisdom in the eyes of young children. We live in an age of horrible self-indulgence, and this movie is a reflection of that. Who are you to say that people shouldn't have their wishes granted, you might say? That's one of the more darkly hilarious bits. Asha's motivation, if you can really call it that, more on her later, is that her grandfather is turning 100 and has not had his wish granted yet. She wants it to be, and that's what sparked all the series of events in the movie. Her granddad's wish is that he wishes to inspire the younger generation. On its surface, with rose-tinted glasses, that sounds great. But as King Magnifico showcases in his kingly wisdom, again, I can't believe they're trying to make this guy a bad guy, this is not a good wish. It's too vague. Inspire them in what way? What if he inspires them to do something dangerous? What if he inspires a bunch of ignorant children, like Asha, to try and overthrow the kingdom, because they think they can do it better?
Yeah, what?
Metaphors that has
So this is the
caused certain psychologists to go on to multi-hour lectures about how every little detail in the movie is perfectly constructed. Let's start with the movie's so-called villain, King Magnifico. Let me give you the brief rundown of the villain. Born of humble origins to an average family, his home and lands were ravaged by thieves and marauders, his family seemingly killed. So he began to work tirelessly on himself, learning the ways of magic. Once he amassed enough inner, personal power, he set off to an uninhabited island. From there, he began to build his kingdom. He never forced anyone to join his kingdom. He never tricked anyone. People from around the globe came willingly to live under his peaceful rule. We human beings live strongly by association, and with good reason. Sometimes the associations can be otherwise pointless and silly, but will still carry the strongest of feelings. If you don't believe me, by all means, go about your day with a Charlie Chaplin mustache and tell me how your day goes. If anyone makes any associations about you, regardless of your thoughts or beliefs on those associations. The movie starts right off the bat, and I mean literally right at the start, when it's doing its whole exposition dump from a fairy tale book, associating these otherwise positive traits with the villain. And that would be
I do
fine
not like
if you
how
ever
I
got
am.
to see a proper subversion of any of the negative traits, or showcasing how the otherwise positive traits can end up being used for evil, and a main character to showcase how it should be used for good. Maybe if the king gained his personal power in order to do evil, and Asha gained her personal inner power to help others, that could have worked, but that never happened. For years, decades, the king ruled over the kingdom of Rosas peacefully, without a single underlying negative trait or reasoning behind his rule. No, seriously, when King Magnifico has his villain song, there was no one around to hear him, so he is just singing to himself, not trying to trick or manipulate anyone. Let me read you some of the lines of the song. Before that, I suppose if I were to try and make a poor counter-argument to myself, his main flaws are that he's a little arrogant and self-conceited. But if you manage to learn magic powerful enough to let you build a peaceful kingdom from scratch, I'm not really going to care if you take pride in that, and also think you're good looking. Anyway, the lyrics. I'd give the clothes off Benito's back, if you really needed that. I'd be the first one to volunteer if your home were to crumble, or if you were in trouble. I let you live here for free, and I don't even charge you rent. I didn't write this into the script, but I just noticed. I let you live here for free, and I don't even charge you rent. Well, the free part kind of implies that you're just repeating the same... Whoa, this is bad writing in general. Anyway, moving on with the lyrics again. I clean up all your messes, and I'm always there when you need to vent. I give, and give, and give, and give. You think they all be content? And all I really want is just a little respect. And this is the thanks I get? This doesn't even sound like a villain song.
No, that
It sounds
doesn't-
like the song of the heroic main character who said
For
to
real,
take-
that's what I was just about to say. This sounds like the
like the
main
feeling is not
character.
worth it. Or they started to get some self-doubt. The dude does not have evil tendencies. Period. With everything I've laid out so far, does it not sound like King Magnifico is actually a great person? Maybe even someone young kids should look up to? Well, Let's take a look at what exactly Disney did to make him such a bad guy. When people turn 18, or when they move to the kingdom, they willingly give him their wishes. When they do that, they forget what those wishes were. King Magnifico chooses the wishes that will be good for the kingdom of Rosa and for the people, and holds on to the rest. None of this is for personal gain. He's already the king. Everyone already respects him. He doesn't get any power from this, at least not until they shoehorn forced evil magic into him. He does it from how the movie portrays out of the benevolence of his heart. This is a motif as old as the very damned concept of wishes. So in other words, a motif that has been around and passed down since the beginning of civilization. Be careful what you wish for. Sometimes what you think you want isn't actually what you want. There are unintended consequences. All that jazz. This movie, made by Disney, who brought many of these old fairy tales to life over the last 100 years, is now trying to destroy this timeless wisdom in the eyes of young children. We live in an age of horrible self-indulgence, and this movie is a reflection of that. Who are you to say that people shouldn't have their wishes granted, you might say? That's one of the more darkly hilarious bits. Asha's motivation, if you can really call it that, but more on her later, is that her grandfather is turning 100 and has not had his wish granted yet. She wants it to be, and that's what sparked all the series of events in the movie. Her granddad's wish is that he wishes to inspire the younger generation. On its surface, with rose-tinted glasses, it sounds great. But as King Magnifico showcases in his kingly wisdom, again, I can't believe they're trying to make this guy a bad guy, this is not a good wish. It's too vague. Inspire them in what way?
What was the wish?
On its surface, with rose-tinted glasses, it sounds great. But as King Magnifico showcases in his kingly wisdom, again, I can't believe they're trying to make this guy a bad guy.
What was the wish?
Asha's motivation, if you can really call it that, but more on her later, is that her grandfather is turning 100 and has not had his wish granted yet. She wants it to be, and that's what sparked all the series of events in the movie. Her granddad's wish is that he wishes to inspire the younger generation. On its surface, with rose-tinted glasses, it sounds great. But as King Magnifico showcases in his kingly wisdom, again, I can't believe they're trying to make this guy a bad guy, this is not a good wish. It's too vague. Inspire them in what way? What if he inspires them to do something dangerous? What if he inspires a bunch of ignorant children, like Asha, to try and overthrow the kingdom, because they think they can do it better? Some dumb old man accidentally sets off the French Revolution in this land. I mean, hell, in a vague image of someone's wish, we see some character standing as if he just conquered a piece of land. If his wish was granted and he gained the power to conquer kingdoms, even if he doesn't choose the kingdom of Rosa and goes off somewhere else, he's gonna start wars, get people killed, who knows what else. Again, be careful what you wish for. So again, for the sake of his kingdom, potentially other kingdoms, for those people involved, he only grants a select few wishes.
Okay, I'm
no
killing.
Sense of malice or greed or anything else along those lines. All he wanted, the villain, all he wanted was for the people to be happy and to get a little respect for building a kingdom of peace that they all willingly went to. And Disney is telling the children watching this that all of this is bad, born out of villainous behavior. His toiling away at himself to get the strength to make his kingdom what it is, meaningless. Why work hard when you can just have your wish granted? We see an example of
Okay, I'm moving up into...
Someone wished to make the most beautiful clothes in all the kingdom. He didn't give her the ability to magically manifest these clothes. He hands her a pair of magical scissors and I think another tool. She still has to put in the work. And this was done during a scene where the whole purpose of the scene was to make you dislike the king because he chose this wish over Asha's granddad. If Asha had a scene where magically manifest these clothes, he hands her a pair of magical scissors and I think another tool. She still has to put in the work. And this was done during a scene where the
Wait. I want to see this again.
To make his kingdom what it is, meaningless. Why work hard when you can just have your wish granted? We see an example of him granting someone's wish. Someone wished to make the most beautiful clothes in all the kingdom. He didn't give her the ability to magically manifest these clothes. He hands her a pair of magical scissors and I think another tool. She still has to put in the work. And this was done during a scene where the whole purpose of the scene was to make you dislike the king because he chose this wish over Asha's granddad. If Asha had her way, wishes just get magically granted and that's the end of it. At least with Pinocchio, he had to go on one hell of a journey before it truly became fulfilled. Here, magic pixie dust. To hell with the king and his tedious studies for the good of humanity. Those things make you arrogant. Be like the main character who, well, exists, I guess. These wishes, these dreams that people have, they're not the usual subtle allegories that Disney has done. It's a lot more in your face. There's no subtlety here. And here they are, trying to tell the young children that any wish, any dream you have, it deserves to be fulfilled. It should be fulfilled. The wisdom of the old benevolent king, with a lifetime experience under his belt, is wrong. And this 17-year-old, who doesn't have a single redeeming quality of a princess or heroine, she knows how things should be. Let's talk about her. The main character, Asha. She is the everyman, or every woman, nothing particularly special about her. And that's not exactly new. Disney has a long track record of making good characters like that. Mulan was nothing special from looking at her at the beginning, for example. But while she didn't necessarily jive with the culture around her, she still had good traits about her, ones that were exemplified by conflict. Her going against the grain is what let her stay in the army and train to be so strong. Her out-of-the-box thinking is how they were able to thwart the Mongols on multiple occasions. Her inner conflicts came to a head at the climax and helped her save all of China. Asha has nothing like that. Nothing. Her motivation was to have her granddad's wish be granted. But when she was told no, she became a spoiled child. She told her granddad that his wish wouldn't come true, and he got understandably pissed. Why go as far as to take the hope away from him? Not like anything can be done by that point. So she gets all sad and makes a wish on a star. And the star falls to the earth and starts granting people's and animals wishes. They, and by they I mean Asha and the magic star, decide to break into the king's study and steal back the wishes. The
I'm gonna
idea,
kill you.
I guess, was to give people back the wishes so they can pursue the wishes themselves. That sounds fine in a contextless vacuum, but I don't know if this was done on accident or was intentionally malicious. But the wishes they showed us that we got a glimpse of were either impossible, like the lady flying in the air, or dangerous, like the one old woman who was sailing a giant ship, or the conquering guy mentioned earlier. You want to see a movie that does a good job explaining the dangers of granting everyone what they want? Go watch Bruce Almighty. Everyone wins the lottery. Suddenly it's not so special. A kid who uses the pain of being bullied to write beautiful poetry that inspires a generation in the future. That future no longer is going to happen because he got his wish of super strength and was able to beat up his bullies. And now wants to be a pro wrestler. Multiple examples of how everything goes to hell if everyone gets what they think that they want. But none of this crosses the mind of the
I hope Red doesn't have a trade.
17-year-old. This is reaffirming the current societal cancer of the immediate gratification, living for pure self-indulgence kind of people we have today. Instead of combating it, they're promoting it. With pretty colors and happy smiles, they are promoting universal vices, known to be vices since human beings learn how to think, reason, and put two and two together. Be careful what you wish for. Not everyone gets what they want. Your wishes may have consequences, but consequences be damned. Back to the king. The falling star made a lot of pretty lights and colors and noises. He wants to find out what happened and tells the townsfolk whoever brings him any info will have their wish granted.
Well, that almost made it, so I'm gonna win this battle, this one. I'm gonna kill blue, kill red, if red doesn't have a trade. Red does not have a trade. Oh, perfect. Alright. As long as black doesn't do anything. Bro. What is this? No, I'm gonna kill you. Purple's last. I'll kill everyone. All right. Oh.
He does this because he fears the kingdom might be endangered. Because of reasons, the townsfolk start asking him questions, like what if they want to change the wish, or other things like that. It makes sense in the context of the scene why they would. What doesn't is why this would cause the king to fly off the handle. After this triggers the villain song, it leads into him using an evil, forbidden book of magic, which has an implied evil entity basically take over his mind and enslave him to the book. It was strange and shows that this movie was really rushed, because the whole thing was just vaguely implied at various stages in the movie. You never really got an idea of how it affects the mind, just somebody made a casual statement about it. You see in it a drawing of some kind of entity, but that's it, just a drawing of some entity.
Shit!
Never even implied it exists outside the book. They do nothing to enforce it. They don't show the book tugging away at his mind or anything. He just becomes power hungry for the sake of being power hungry. Which is insane because he's already the king. He can now eat people's wishes to energize himself, which leaves people feeling depressed after he does it. At this point,
No,
he's
I'm
just
gonna kill
pure
you.
Evil. Nothing of his previous good side is visible. Many people have shared this sentiment. It's like the first half and second half of the movie were written by two completely different people. In the first half, he isn't even a villain. In the second half, it's like he doesn't even have any real goals beyond just being a villain for the sake of being a villain. So does Asha, at any point in this movie, really learn anything? Does she go through any struggles? Any realizations? Any form of the hero's journey at all? No, she is. Quite literally. And I mean literally in the literal sense of the word, and not the bastardized modern day metaphorical sense of the word. Literally the same person from the start of the movie to the end of it. She never does anything wrong. I would argue never does anything right, but anyway. Even the scene with the granddad mentioned before, where he got all pissed at her, it looked to be made in order for you to garner sympathy for her, and to make the granddad seem unreasonable. In fact, and this may come as a real big shock to anyone who's been following Disney's bullcrap for the last decade or two, nearly every male character has some kind of notable flaw to them, while every female character is a Mary Sue.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all.
No negative traits. Even the background characters. The biggest flaw, quote-unquote, in a female is that one needs to walk with a crutch. But that's not really a flaw, as it never comes into any play one way or the other. Chekhov is rolling in his grave right now. One male character is just an annoying, always negative dick. Another is basically a stoner. Another, his whole personality is he's constantly sneezing because of allergies, so that's something? Character development. We covered
Character
that.
development.
One of the male characters, after he gets insulted by everyone, ends up turning on them to get his wish granted. Naturally, he's one of the very few white people in the Spanish-based culture, so of course it'll be him to betray everyone. And there's obviously the king, and that's it for the male characters. What's the lesson for little kids that the main character is meant to instill? I guess you're fine just the way you are? I don't know. Nothing was done with her. This script is starting to close in on 3,000 words, so let me bring it all together. Stories are filled with allegories and messages. Children absorb those stories like a sponge. This movie takes universally agreed upon positive character traits and associates them with villainry. They take what is otherwise a very good human being and tell the kids you must view this good person and his traits as evil. They tell kids to lean into the culture of self-indulgence and self-gratification, that they deserve to have their wishes magically come true, regardless of consequence. Instead of that villain, what the kids should be looking up to is an empty husk of a character. They never change, never improve, never become a better version of themselves. They just exist as an empty shell. Be like that empty shell, children. There's something darkly poetic about this movie. It's supposed to be the celebration of the last 100 years of animation at Disney, and this is the best they can give us now. I saw in an interview earlier in the week something depressing. Apparently, Disney has gone ahead and cleared out much of what they used to make 2D animations. So you most likely want to see the classic 2D animation styles again. But the art style is the least of my worries at this point. When you have stories that demonize moral virtue and praise this kind of self-indulgence, the dressing on the cake doesn't matter. The state of media right now is considerably worse than most of us probably even realize. Don't watch this movie.
Boom. I kind of want to watch the movie just to see if he was over-exaggerating about how bad it was or not.
I wasn't avoiding therapy, but I just didn't think it was for me. The idea of therapy I grew up with was someone...
So 12 years ago, I'm working at a climbing gym making minimum wage when one day this guy walks in. He's dressed head to toe in black, every inch of exposed skin is covered in tattoos, and he's got this gigantic beard. So we get to chatting, he tells me about his life, how he dropped out of school, hasn't had a job in years, and he just spends all of his time traveling the world on one random ass adventure after another, like
what the
hiking
fuck?
the John Muir Trail, or biking across the country, or surfing down in Bali. And I'm sitting here scratching my head, because at this point, I'm 28, and I'm living in a van because I got $80,000 of debt, and I'm just trying to figure out how is this guy affording this crazy carefree lifestyle. And my initial reaction was to think he was either a drug dealer or doing something stupid by just financing his life with a credit card and racking up massive.
Uh-oh.
Debt. But turns out on both accounts I was dead wrong. This dude owned 5 apartment buildings. He ran a shop where he would fix up old Harleys that he would buy off Craigslist, and he built a recording studio for musicians in his garage. He was the first true bred entrepreneur I ever met. And I remember thinking, what the hell is this guy's secret? Like, what makes him so special? Because as he himself was quick to point out, he really wasn't particularly smart. In fact, on like the bell curve of intelligence, he was probably smack dab in the middle. And it just kind of threw me because my whole worldview, I guess in the back of my mind, I always thought that you had to be smart to make big money. The truth is, the richest people in the world, they're not necessarily any smarter than you or me. In fact,
No, I feel like they're probably just confident.
a study out of Sweden called the plateauing of cognitive ability among top earners confirms this. They found that there's actually a drop in cognitive abilities corresponding to the top 5% of earners. So in this video, I'm gonna break down why exactly that is, why people like me, who are most likely dumber than
What should we do here, Barsh? Okay. Okay. Now we accept his alliance. Accept. Boom. Now we shoot alliances to everyone. Try to get a. Make everybody happy. All right, there we go.
Than you are making millions. And to do that, we're going to unpack 4 limiting beliefs that keep smart people from getting rich. And then at the end of the
That's
video,
why
I'm
I'm
gonna
not
share with you the
rich.
secret of success that I learned
because
after
I'm too
having lunch with
smart.
a billionaire.
That's what it is. It's that I'm too smart. That's why I'm not a billionaire yet.
So let's dive in. The first limiting belief is this: I don't care about money. Listen, our society has a
Yeah, no, that's me.
very problematic relationship with money. On the one hand, it's often used to signal status because we as a culture mistakenly equate status with value. And this is why keeping up with the Joneses is such a damn problem. You might not really care about getting that new fancy car, but if the neighbors have one, then that means they have more status, and therefore they must be more valuable to society, right? Well, no, of course not. Saying it out loud just draws attention to how stupid that sounds. The truth is, it doesn't actually matter. These things, they signal status, but they don't actually make you more valuable. And I think deep down we all understand this. And so a lot of people just do what I did and they decide the game is broken and stupid and they stop playing it all together. Because after all, the only people who care about making money are shallow, greedy, and materialistic, right? Well, no, it's actually wrong, but believing this gives you the permission to not even try. And the result of this mindset, for me at least, was that my life really sucked and I had no way of providing for myself, my family, or my community, which made me feel terrible about myself because I just felt like a drain on everybody around me. And it was around this time that I realized a fundamental truth. You can't actually opt out of the money game. Like it or not, you need money to survive. So the real question isn't whether or not you're gonna play the money game, but how are you gonna play the money game? And truly, answering that question in a way that transformed my pursuit of money into something greater than my desire for status or material things, that was the key to unlocking my earning potential. So I encourage you to ask yourself, if you weren't limited by money, what impact could you have on the world? Now, the only way to not be limited by money is to win the money game for yourself. And you can define what winning looks like in whatever way you want. But for me, I define it as just getting to the point on your financial journey where money is no longer the limiting factor in any of the decisions you make. Now, regardless of how you define winning and how you decide you're gonna play the money game, one thing is universal. To win, you're gonna have to put yourself out there. You're gonna have to get in the arena and you're gonna have to actually try. And that might sound painfully obvious, but most people won't do it because of the second limiting belief that keeps smart people from making money, which is this: I'm afraid of looking stupid. One of the reasons dumb people have an
Bro, that fucking happens to me all the time. I don't do so many things because I'm afraid of looking stupid.
advantage when it comes to
At
making
least when I was younger. I might not anymore as much, but when I was younger, I definitely, like, I would avoid doing all sorts of shit because I was like, yeah, I don't want to look stupid, so I'm not going to try.
money is because everybody underestimates them. They think, oh, that guy's dumber than a box of rocks. He's never going to amount to anything. He'd be lucky to get a job at 7-Eleven. Now, 2 interesting things happen when people underestimate you. First, it puts a chip on your shoulder to prove everybody wrong, and that can be a powerful motivator. Second, it frees you up to try anything, because who really cares if you fail? People have already written you off. I mean, what you got to lose? It's great to be the underdog. Nobody expects you to win. You've got nothing but potential upside. Smart people, on the other hand, well, they have the opposite problem. They have nothing but downside because everybody expects them to be wildly successful in everything they do. which is obviously impossible, but smart people are now in a no-win situation because if they try something crazy and it fails, then their very identity as a smart person is at risk. So the only smart move that protects this identity is to follow the well-trodden path that everybody else is following. You go to school, you get your job, you bust your ass for 40 years, and then you retire. And don't get me wrong, this can provide a great lifestyle, which is absolutely right for most people. But if you want to get rich, you can't follow common wisdom and expect to get uncommon results. You have to do something different. Now, the problem with doing something different...
I don't really want to get rich, though.
...is that most people perceive it to be
I could give a shit less about being rich.
Risky. What even is risk? How do we define it? Like, how do you even measure it? I mean, you might look at the guy climbing on a cliff and think he's a reckless daredevil, whereas he might look at you speeding down the freeway in traffic and think you're crazy. And the truth is, you're both crazy risk takers. We all are. There's no way of navigating this thing called life without taking risk. But something I've come to notice is that dumb people tend to underestimate risk, whereas smart people tend to overestimate it. And this leads to the third limiting belief that holds smart people back from making millions. It's this. It's
Hello? What's up? Is it really tomorrow? Wait, what day is your birthday? It's the 20th?
Yeah.
Then that's not tomorrow. It's the 16th right now. Your birthday's in 4 days, Gabby.
No, it's tomorrow.
If your birthday's the 20th, then it's in 4 days.
No, it's tomorrow, please.
I don't believe you.
It is.
I did the math, and it doesn't... The math's not mathing, Gabs.
Yeah, it is. It's my birthday's tomorrow.
I'll ask JJ. I'll see if it is.
It actually is, Jace.
Is it? Is that what you say?
Yeah, my birthday's tomorrow. Seriously, I'm telling you, it's my birthday.
I don't believe you. If it's the 20th, it's not your birthday.
It is tomorrow.
Well, then it's on the 17th, then. Is your birthday on the 17th?
Well, it's following tomorrow because it's tomorrow.
Alright.
What are you doing?
What am I doing? I'm playing Risk.
Risk with who?
Myself.
Oh. Why are you playing Risk with yourself?
'Cause I can. Well, I'm playing against other people, but...
What's I doing?
I don't know. I'm gonna call your sister.
What?
I said I'm gonna call your sister. I'll call you in a little bit.
It's seriously, it's tomorrow.
I don't believe you.
It is.
Oh, I could have killed Purple right there? Shit. I didn't even notice that.
You can ask my aunt again.
Alright, I'll see you later, Gabs. Love ya.
You can ask my aunt again when she gets promoted. Ask her.
Alright.
Tell you the truth. It's...
Alright, I'll see you later, Gabs.
What are you seriously doing?
I'm playing Risk.
What?
Playing Risk and streaming.
Why are you streaming again?
'Cause I do. I don't know. Why wouldn't I? Be.
Why do you do every single night?
'Cause I want to.
You don't have nothing else to do?
No.
Instead of doing that stuff?
Nothing that I feel like doing. Alright. I'll see you later, Gabs. Love ya.
You should do something else instead
No.
of...
too bad. Someone else is probably gonna kill blue. I mean red.
Too risky. Now don't get me wrong. The ability to run simulations in our mind to predict what may or may not happen in the future and then plan accordingly. This is the perennial superpower
Right, they're
that
killing
separates
black.
humans from literally every other animal on the planet. But there's a problem with this superpower. It tends to skew towards pessimism, which makes sense if you think about it from an evolutionary perspective. Our ancestors were the ones.
They're killing black, and then are they gonna go kill red? Ah! They only got 4. Sick. Alright, time to kill red. Ugh. Alright, let's see. Let's see how this 1v1 goes. I got my
Once you
troops
survive
kind of
long enough to
spread out,
pass on
which
their
isn't the
genes.
best to have. Weird play. Does he break? Yeah. Oh man, he played good. He actually did a very good play right there. By not opening up my... Oh, he opened up my 7. Okay, okay, alright. Alright, you get 5. Trade. Oh, oh. There we go. I should be able to win now. I don't see it. Oh, shit. He had a 4. At least he just had a 4.
And one of the great survival mechanisms when you're out on the savannah is just to assume pretty much everything is trying to kill you. If you hear something rustling in the weeds, you should probably assume it's a tiger and run away. Because if you're wrong, you just look silly running from the breeze. But if you're right, then you ain't dead. So all that's to say, we've evolved to always assume the worst case scenario. Now, historically, intelligence was a great attribute in surviving out in the wilderness because the smartest people amongst us were the most capable of calculating all the things that could potentially go wrong. Therefore, they were more likely to survive because they were better at avoiding taking risks that could get them killed. All told, this strategy kept our species alive for millennia, so I'm not gonna knock it, but it's important to recognize that the game has changed over the past century as we've modernized as a society. And truly, the number of existential threats that you face on a daily basis is practically zero compared to your ancestors. These days, the punishment for taking risks and guessing wrong is far less severe as well. Maybe you lose some money, maybe you lose some status, you gotta live in the back of a van for a while and you start over. But ultimately, taking risks to make money, assuming you're not doing anything illegal, is unlikely to end in any type of catastrophic ruin that you can't recover from. Which is why dumb people have an advantage when it comes to making money these days, because often they're just ignorant of all the things that could go wrong. Whereas smart people, they can see it all so clearly in their mind and it stops them from ever even getting in the game. I call this the curse of intelligence, which I'll explain more in just a second. But before I do, it's important that you understand one thing. You are probably very good at imagining all the things that can go wrong, right? But studies show that humans are really, really terrible at calculating the probability of those events actually occurring. I mean, how much time have you ever spent thinking about worst case scenarios that never came to fruition? My guess is it's a lot, because the thing is, worst case scenario almost never actually happens. So we spend all this time worrying about things that are unlikely to happen, but even worse, we allow our fear of those downsides to stop us from taking the action.
I've been doing pretty well today.
Which would, in all likelihood, lead to an amazing positive outcome. Now, I used to really struggle with this, but here's just a simple reframe that's helped me get out of my own head when it comes to calculating risk. It's just to remind myself that the risk of mediocrity is greater than the risk of failure. And for some reason, that just helps me get out of my own way and actually get in the game.
True.
Okay, so this is just one aspect of the curse of intelligence, but there's another side to it which ties into the fourth limiting belief keeping smart people from making money. It's this: I don't know what I don't know. Now, one of the greatest ironies in the world is something called the Dunning-Kruger effect. This cognitive
the smarter you are, the less you think that you know.
Bias has two interesting aspects. First, people with low competence in a particular domain tend to overestimate their abilities, whereas people with high competence in a domain tend to underestimate their abilities. Understanding why this occurs is actually quite fascinating. So let's break it down real quick so we can understand and recognize this bias in ourselves.
This actually happens to me. The more I've learned about like politics and stuff, the less I want to talk about it, because the more I'm like, oh, I might be wrong on this aspect. But when I was younger and I didn't know as much about like really anything, I fucking just talked my mouth off. I was just I just said whatever I thought, to where nowadays I kind of sit there and think a little bit before I talk
One of my
about
favorite learning models is something called the 4 stages of competence. It breaks down like this. The first stage of learning is unconscious incompetence, where you don't even really understand how bad you are at the thing yet because you're effectively ignorant. The majority of us, we're going to stay in this phase on most topics for our entire life and not even realize it. But if
What was that? I missed that.
The majority of us, we're going to stay in this phase on most topics for our The first stage of learning is unconscious incompetence, where you don't even really understand how bad you are at the thing yet because you're effectively ignorant. The majority of us, we're going to stay in this phase on most topics for our entire life.
Well, yeah, because none of us can become start studying every single topic there is.
And not even realize it. But if you stick with it and you continue improving, you're going to
move dumbass.
Out
Why would you?
And you're going to go to the second stage, which is conscious incompetence, which is just another way of saying you're starting to see the full breadth and depth of the topic. Now you see enough to realize just how little you actually know. Now, with enough time, with enough effort, you can make the jump out of this phase and make it to the next level, which is conscious competence. Now you possess the knowledge and experience required to competently execute this skill. But the interesting thing about this phase is that it still requires your conscious intent. For instance, you might be a fantastic guitar player, but it still requires your focused attention. You can't just turn off your brain and execute like a true maestro can, because you haven't progressed to the final stage of learning, which is unconscious competence. Now we call this level mastery because you can now execute the skill at the highest levels without even thinking about it. Now, you will likely only ascend to this level in a handful of skills over the course of your entire life, because the amount of work it requires to attain true mastery is enormous. But the mistake a lot of us make, which gives life to the Dunning-Kruger effect, is that when we're in the lower stages of learning, specifically unconscious incompetence, that is, we don't even know what we don't know, we're more likely to overestimate where we are on the spectrum because we don't realize just how far there is still to go. Whereas once you're in the middle two phases of conscious incompetence and conscious competence, now you tend to underestimate your abilities only because now you can see the top of the mountain and you realize how damn far away it is. So let's bring this full circle. The reason smart people struggle to make money is because they get hung up on the fact that they know they don't know everything. For instance, if you've been working as an accountant in a Fortune 500 company for the last decade, you have a breadth of domain experience that could easily be translated into starting your own profitable accounting firm. But you're likely to get hung up on the massive discrepancy between your domain experience and your general knowledge of what it takes to run a business. And therefore, you decide not to take action. The dumb person, by comparison, might not have your accounting skills or experience. And so there's not as big of a gap between that and their general business knowledge, which might lead them to conclude that starting their own accounting practice will be easier than it actually will be in reality. As a result, dumb people tend to take action and get in the game, and because things rarely play out as badly as we think they will, more often than not, they stumble onto success. And if you walk away from this video having learned only one thing, let it be this. I call it the secret of success. I stumbled upon this secret a couple of years ago after meeting my very first billionaire, and for whatever reason, I guess I just had it in my head that billionaires probably had this business thing all figured out and that they were operating on this higher level than the rest of us lowly entrepreneurs. But I remember leaving that meeting with only one thought. It was this: holy shit, this guy had no clue what he was doing. He was just too stupid to quit. And when I say stupid, I mean he overestimated his abilities. He didn't fully understand all the things that could go wrong and why his plan shouldn't work. And he didn't realize that after years of hitting his head against the wall and things just weren't working out, that he should probably just pack it up, go home and get a job that actually pays the bills. And yet he didn't give up. He didn't stop believing he could make it work, despite the fact that everybody, to his friends, to his family, he looked like an idiot. He looked like an idiot right up until the day things started to finally work. And on that day, after years of struggle, he suddenly looked like a genius. And I share this with you because on my own personal journey, I've learned this powerful lesson that you can't win if you don't start, and you can't lose if you don't quit. And whether you're smart or you're dumb, in that simple concept is everything you need to know about finding success in life. So I encourage you to get started. Don't stop, and I'll see you in the next video.
I can't believe that no one has what was I gonna say? What the fuck? Oh, I can't believe that no one has made an alliance with me. I don't know why I just spaced the fuck out right there. That was weird. But when is that Destiny and Ben Shapiro debate gonna come out? I really want to watch that on stream.
Some questions just don't have answers. Over 10,000 people have died in Gaza already, with Israeli drone strikes and missiles. Hello and welcome to Factual.
Bro, what a douche.
Thank you so much for joining.
Why did this guy fucking attack my stack? Like, he could have done so much other shit.
Me again. You know, we have all different types of folks who listen to this podcast and watch on YouTube, people from all different walks of life. I'm very proud of that. But I'm going to hazard a guess that if you're listening or watching right now, you're probably not a hard right-winger, right?
I am. Boom. Mega, bro.
Go out on a limb and guess that you're not a theocratic conservative. You're not one of those people who's trying to kick the trans kids out of the bathroom. I've been doing this for a little while.
Bro, that's hard, right? Trying to kick trans kids out of the bathroom? I thought that was normal. What the
And I
fuck?
know my audience. Now, for those of us who are not
That doesn't
those
sound
people
hard
who are
right to
not
me.
on
That
the
sounds like a
far
normal
right of political
person.
discourse in this country, it's really easy to caricature those who are. You know, the far right can make for easy comedy. You know, they're outlandish, cartoonish, and bizarre. Make fun of Lauren Boebert for, you know, grabbing the guy during the Beetlejuice show. It's funny, but it's often a real mistake to do that because right-wingers are, in fact, real people. And understanding how they think, what their influences are, what their principles are, why they do what they do, and why it seems rational from their perspective. Well, that's very important, and we make a mistake when we do not treat them with that level of, frankly, respect. Take Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, for instance. He's really easy to caricature. I've done it myself. You can talk about him as a cranky, corrupt old man. He doesn't even bother to ask questions. He just always votes on the side of the people who want to erode some basic right or take rights away from people who've had
No, he doesn't.
them for a century. But that's an enormous mistake because Clarence Thomas is not just some random old man who's doing shit because he hates you. He actually has a judicial philosophy that is rooted in the intellectual currents of the world that he grew up in. And to understand him, and more importantly, to understand the broader right-wing movement and why it does what it does, you have to analyze those currents. You have to look into them. You have to do the basic respect of taking them seriously if you want to fight back against them, which you might want to do depending on who you are. And today, to help us understand those currents, we have an absolutely incredible guest on the show. But before we get to him, I just want to remind you that if you want to support this show, you can do so on Patreon. Head to patreon.com/Adam Conover. $5 a month gets you every episode.
Bro, why the fuck is this guy doing this? I hate people like this. Alright, I'm gonna take your fucking...
Episode of the show ad-free. And if you love stand-up comedy, I hope you'll come see me. I just announced some brand new tour dates.
Bro, I
for
could
New
not
York,
see
Chicago,
him being
Boston,
funny
DC,
at all. I could not see him being a good comedian at all.
Portland, Maine, Nashville, Atlanta, a bunch of other
I
places.
kind of want to
Go
watch one of
adamconover.net
his,
for tickets
like,
and
stand-up just to see how bad
tour
he
dates.
is.
And now, let me introduce today's guest. His name is Corey Robin, and he's a political theorist and a professor of political science at Brooklyn College. I have been reading his work for years, and he is one of the most insightful, thoughtful, and provocative thinkers writing today. His books include The Enigma of Clarence Thomas and The Reactionary Mind, Conservatism from Edmund Burke to Donald Trump. He is an absolutely fascinating thinker. I love this interview, and I know you will too. So let's get to my conversation with Corey Robin. Corey, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me.
I have been such an avid reader of your writing ever since 2016 because you, I think more than anybody, really try to understand the conservative, the right wing, the reactionary mind. You have a famous book called The Reactionary Mind. But, you know, that sort of politics, where it comes from. And I think that's really unique because a lot of people who
what is this guy
officially or
doing?
unofficially are associated with the left don't put that effort in. Why do you do that? Why do you think it's important?
It's a good question. I think, you know, in a way you just answered it. It's because a lot of people on the left don't do that, and there's a lot of misconceptions about the right. A lot of thinking that the right is just stupid, that they don't have any ideas, and I feel like that has hampered the left in its ability not simply to understand the right, but also to combat the right. So I feel like understanding the enemy is important.
What do you think is most often misunderstood by people who would characterize themselves as enemies of the right?
I think the first is that first of all, they think the right is stupid. They think that the right is crazy or irrational or doesn't understand what it's doing, and that the right doesn't have a real set of values, that it's all pure power all the way down, that they don't have principles, that they don't have a coherent ideology. So I think that's probably the biggest thing. I'd say the second
I would
biggest
say
is
that the right has a
insofar
better
as anyone even
coherent
thinks about the right having a
ideology.
tradition, that it's a tradition that remains unchanged, that they're static, and that is really not the case. The right is very adaptive. They've evolved through time. They are historically great students of the left. They develop a lot of their ideas in response to the left, cribbing from the left, imitating the left. So there's a lot of things that the left doesn't know about the right that, as I say, have made it very hard for the left to deal with the right in a smart way.
So, my questions, I was trying to come up with a question, and then it led me to, wait, hold on a second, what is the right like at all, right? Because I was like, okay, well, the right, the reason people think it's static is because it's associated with traditionalism and with the old ways. The old ways don't change, or at least we don't think that they do, so therefore it would stay the same. But then I started to go, wait, is that a good way to say? Okay, so yeah, how would you even describe, because there's so many ways to break down what the division is.
Yeah, I mean, I think the right begins in the 1790s in reaction to the French Revolution, and you see there the template for what the right remains despite all the changes across time. And what the right has always been since the beginning is a counter movement, or a reactionary movement against movements for freedom and equality. The right really believes in its heart of hearts that there are some people that are better than other people, and that those better people ought to rule, and that the job of the right is to defend the right and the prerogative of those people to rule. And I think that's basically been the principle of the right since the beginning. How it does that is a story of improvisation and change, and that's why it's more complicated.
Now, I imagine
I would say that he's kind of right. I think that the right understands it like hierarchy, basically. That's what he really means, is that the right understands hierarchy to where the left just wants to get rid of hierarchy and doesn't understand that hierarchy is just natural.
There might be other theories.
That's what he means by that.
A different way, but that's
very different. Yeah,
that's your version.
I mean, I
of
think
it.
that you mentioned earlier that the right is a theory of traditionalism, that the right is about free markets, that the right is an opposition to state power. All of those accounts have been what many other scholars and writers about the right have emphasized. My argument is that none of those things characterize the right across time. They might be temporary approaches of the right, but they don't explain the right across time.
Now, when you say it started in France during the French Revolution, I've heard that before, and actually, like, is it the right and the left is like corresponds to a particular legislative body in France? Can you tell me?
Yeah, the legislative.
It happened during the French Revolution.
The assembly, there was the left that sat on one side of the assembly and the right sat on the other side, and that's kind of where we have the origins. But the first great, conservative thinker who really
Edmund Burke, the first conservative book ever written was actually this one right here. Also, the French Revolution. Reflections on the Revolution in France by Edmund Burke. I assume that that's what he's gonna say. Oh, this fucking cunt, bro.
led the opposition to the revolution in France was Edmund Burke, who was an Englishman. And I think that there and then tells you something very, very interesting, that the right was from the very start an internationalist movement. It wasn't a local or a nationalist movement at all. Its greatest defender was somebody who wasn't British at all. another little interesting thing about Burke. He became the spokesman for England. He himself, however, was an outsider. He wasn't English. He was Irish, of kind of vaguely Catholic parentage on one side of his family. So this is another really important feature of the right that we've never really understood, which is that its most forceful, political and intellectual spokespersons are oftentimes outsiders themselves, which leads to a whole interesting question, like how can these people who are outsiders be the defenders of insiders? And I think that's been the secret of the right, is it's managed to kind of provide this outsider gloss
You know what?
on
Fuck
what
this.
is in the end a very establishment defense of hard old power.
I think if you look at American politics, you can probably find a lot of examples of that.
Absolutely.
But what I'm curious about is what you.
I'm just gonna make
described
this
as
guy
being the
lose.
soul of the right.
I don't even give a shit. I just want this guy to lose now. Because he's pissing me off.
Movement of some people are better than others. Those people should be in power. And this also sort of general opposition
I don't
to
even give a fuck.
any kind of progressive movement towards equality, etc. That to me doesn't sound like something that would be limited to France and the years since. That sounds like it would be something that would lurk in the human heart. And I would wonder if, if we go look at the history of imperial China, can you find, there was a right there and there was a, or etc. Or do you, or did something genuinely new happen in France?
Something
according to you?
new did
Is he gonna
happen,
kill me? Fuck.
Which is that the French revolutionaries declared themselves that there were revolutions in the ancient world, but revolutions were always thought to be a kind of a cyclical, repetitive process. And what the French revolutionaries famously declared is, this is the year one. We are beginning something new here. And that this is a universal principle that everybody, the rights of man, that everybody is entitled to rights and freedom of equality. And what makes the right different then and very modern is that people like Burke, people like Joseph de Maistre, who was another great counter-revolutionary in France, understood was that the world had irrevocably changed. You could no longer rely upon a static, sort of eternal God presiding over the great chain of being, that the natural world did not provide a kind of a support for the political world, that in order to defend things like hierarchy, in order to defend inequality, you had to come up with novel, new, adaptive arguments that also spoke to a mass audience. This was no longer a world of just aristocrats. And so what makes the right, to me, so interesting and so distinctive and modern is that they are defending privilege to a mass audience. And they develop a mass movement on behalf of privilege. That is new. And that explains a lot of the things that we find so puzzling about things like Trumpism and the modern Republican Party, that they speak this populist language, that they speak in the language of outsiders. And yet, of course, they're the party of millionaires and billionaires. And, Donald Trump is by no means, a poor man or anything like that. That is in the DNA of the modern right, going back to the French Revolution. Again, just Joseph de Maistre.
So what is he saying now?
Presiding over the great chain of being, that the natural world did not provide a kind of a support for the political world. That in order to defend things like hierarchy, in order to defend inequality, you had to come up with novel, new, adaptive arguments that also spoke to a mass audience. This was no longer a world of just aristocrats. And so what makes the right, to me, so interesting and so distinctive and modern is that they are defending privilege to a mass audience. And they develop a mass movement on behalf of privilege. That is new. And that explains a lot of the things that we find so puzzling about things like Trumpism and the modern Republican Party, that they speak this populist language, that they speak in the language of outsiders. And yet, of course, they're the party of millionaires and billionaires. And, Donald Trump is by no means, a poor man or anything like that. That is in the DNA of the modern right, going back to the French Revolution. Again, Joseph de Maistre, when he talks about returning the king to power, this is not a king who is a spokesperson for God. This is not a king who is a defendant.
He's just some dude.
Some dude who has gone to the school of hard knocks, who has seen adversity, who has been overthrown, who has experienced that sense of loserdom. Of what it means to be an ordinary person.
Wow.
And that's what connects him. And so there is this...
That was the pitch for restoring that king.
That was the pitch. And it was this pathos of this man, a kind of a man who had been knocked down into the street. Edmund Burke, famously in one of his defenses of the establishment, he says, he's addressing what we would call today a kind of limousine liberal, the Earl of Bedford, or I think that was or the Earl of Lauderdale. These to the manner-born defenders of the French Revolution. And Burke, he's got that resentment of the outsider. He said, I wasn't like you guys. I wasn't just given a pass. I had to, you checked my passport at every turnpike. You never would let me in. And I'm the one here defending, the true aristocracy. And it's that weird fusion of the outsider, the Arabiste, the person who had to work their way up, who becomes the strongest defender of the established forms of power.
And that is so similar to politics today, where you've got the wealthy person on the right saying, I hate the liberal elitists in Hollywood, the folks who kept me down, who always laughed at me, and here I am. That's this sort of weird psychosexual back and forth between the two of resentment and lust and envy and hatred was present in the French Revolution and is present now.
Yeah, and it's a straight through line.
But I see your point about how the right was new in the French Revolution, because in the example of Imperial China or anywhere else, maybe you would have had people who felt in their heart that feeling that some people are better than others, but they were in power. And nothing was going to dislodge them because it was part of a structure, or any kind of aristocracy in any other country around the world. But once you have democracy, now of any kind, now you need to make that case to people. You actually need a movement where you didn't before.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
That's fascinating. I want to get into the word reactionary again in title of one of your most famous books. And there have been times in my life when I've gotten more involved in politics in LA where I live, and there are times where there'll be a movement brewing and people will go, those people are right wing. And I go, no, they're not. They're not right wing because they're all Democratic Party people or something. You know what I mean? You can tell it's not right wing, but there's something else. It's not quite conservative. What is it? And I find myself reaching for the word.
Like Joe Rogan?
Reactionary. These are people who say, the city is falling to pieces, throw all the homeless people in jail, like that sort of.
Right.
And it always seemed apt to me because they're having a reaction to something.
Yeah.
And so I found myself feeling for the word, but I've never had a strong academic understanding of what it meant. So how do you use it?
Well, I mean, as you point out, the idea of reaction is that it's born in response to something else. But I think we have to make a really important distinction about reactionary thinking and reactionary politics. It is reactionary, but it's not reactive. And that might sound like a very academic kind of a distinction. But what I mean by that is, you punch me and I flinch. That's a reaction. That's automatic. That's reflexive. That's unthinking. That's instinctive. Reactionaries, however, have been punched, right? They lost the old regime in France. The slaveholders were divested of all their privileges. The corporate oligarchs during the New Deal. These are people who have seen their world destroyed and lost. So they have... they're reacting to something. But what's interesting about the reactionary is they witness that experience. And the first thing they do is to say, why did this happen? What did we do wrong? So what happens from that is that there's a kind of critique of the established powers. They say there's something about us that allowed this to happen.
Right.
And so what we need to do, if we're going to defeat this movement that has defeated us or recover power, is we need to examine ourselves and recreate ourselves and our regime in a way, by taking from what the revolution or the reform movement did successfully, cribbing from it, and changing our changing our kinds of arguments. In the French Revolution, as I said, the idea was to build a mass movement for monarchy, a kind of a democratic movement for monarchy, if you will. And you see that over and over again. After the Civil War, the slaveholders, actually even before the Civil War, John C. Calhoun, who's one of the great defenders of the U.S. slaveholders, he talks about creating racial hierarchy as a way of getting around distinctions between rich and poor. With us, he says, in the South, there's no rich and poor, there's just white and black. That's the major distinction. And it's a way of creating a kind of a mass movement for privilege. So what reactionaries are is they are responding to a real challenge, to an overthrow of their power. But it's a two-step whereby they have to reconstruct the old regime, get rid of all of its rotten, corrupt elements that they think have led to their own decline, and then borrow bits and pieces from the opposition that they're dealing with.
You're describing the Trump movement exactly.
Yeah, and I mean, just so people don't think I'm kind of describing the right in light of Trump. I mean, I wrote all this in 2010, 2011, before,
at frankly, the height of, in the U.S., the liberal...
Even though I would consider myself a reactionary, like right wing, I would agree with everything that he's saying here, honestly.
New order where, oh my God, there'll never be another Republican elected again. Race in America has been solved. We're in the shining light. Oh, the Affordable Care Act was just passed and all this stuff. And we didn't know what was coming, 5 or 6 years down the pipe. But it's exactly what happened, that, all the white people who had been deposed, been deposed by the not just white people, but the previous group that had been deposed by the Obama regime, came back, but also took on that populist message that we're doing it for the people, and we're against the elites, and we have to drain the swamp and all of that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, all those movements, draining the swamp. We have to take on the Republican Party establishment, and we have to identify a new enemy. Yeah, this is exactly. It's a perennial process of reinventing hierarchy in the wake of some kind of a defeat or challenge.
I can see it, again, I think it does apply to the example I was using of local politics, because you have situations where, for instance, people who really like it when folks they don't like are locked up and thrown in jail, and that doesn't happen anymore, or the jail system is overwhelmed and it can't happen anymore. They say, something's been taken from me, my comfortable city street where I never had to see any poverty. I want to fix that. And then they do adopt the language of the sort of progressive movement, where they say things like, it's not compassionate to let people live on the street. That's not compassion. No, I want to get people housed. They never say what they actually want to do, which is, again, put people in. Eventually, you let these people talk long enough, they'll say, why can't we just find some cheap land in the desert and move, and they can live there?
Resettle them.
Yeah, like in a camp where they're all concentrated in one. Is that what you're? Oh, you don't, and you never actually get that far. But it's
this guy sounds crazy saying shit like
sort
that.
Of fall down this path. But in your,
I've never heard. What
sometimes
the fuck?
I think, again, it's a personality trait that causes people to behave that way. I live in the same neighborhood as some people, and if it sort of feels to me sometimes, hey, if an encampment pops up on your corner, or someone's shot on your block, or something happens, right? You don't actually know how you and your neighbors are going to react, because you've never had that tested, and so sometimes it feels like it sort of comes out of you. Or if you're not one of the people who comes out of, you're like, did these people have a chip in their head that was just activated, right? Sometimes it just feels like there's this transformation. Do you feel that there's any sort of truth to that it's a personality thing that you either arrive at or you're born with or something, or is it, because what you described was hierarchy, when people who are on top and their position is removed, and it causes them to think this way?
Yeah, I don't think it's about personality, because I think when what you were describing earlier, like there is a truth that if progressive movements are doing their job right, some people are going to experience a loss. They are going to experience a loss of power, a loss of privilege.
Because they were hoarding it before.
Yeah, and it's not to say that that's an unjust thing. It is just, but people don't like it when they are divested of the things that they have. And I don't think that's a specific personality trait. You see it in all kinds of social groups.
He got a trade. Shit. Now he's gonna kill him. That sucks for me. I really wanted to get the double kill. Hopefully this doesn't work. The 5v2. Darn it.
All across the world in different ways. And so I think it's really important because when we start focusing on personality or psychology, we start moving away from the world, from the material world, and we start moving into people's heads.
Yeah.
And the truth of the matter is that, lots of people have been swept up into reaction. One of the most interesting things about the history of reactionary movements is that many of their strongest recruits and leaders originally came from the left. That was certainly true of European fascism.
Happens today.
It happens, it was the whole neoconservative movement where people who were on the left. And so what are you going to say? That they had, a different personality,
Right.
20 years before? No, the personality is the same. But the mix of material reality and political possibilities have been such that they make that migration. So I think I try to really stay focused on ideas and material realities as opposed to individual psychology.
Yeah, and I think it helps you understand if you're involved in politics at all, you're thinking about, hey, where do these movements come from? Just to understand that, well, if we make a change, right, that disempowers some people, which unfortunately is what we might need to do because some things in this country might be zero-sum to some extent, and someone might have too much of something, and we're trying to give it to other people. That is always going to create a movement like that. That it's unavoidable. You're going to have. There's always going to be a backlash. Backlashes always come, and they're very powerful. And you need to. I mean, a really revelatory thing for me was reading Rick Perlstein's book Nixonland a couple of years ago, which is the story of backlash. And a story that was never taught to me. In about the history of the '60s. And I read it. I was like, this is exactly what's happening now, and it's very clear. This is going to happen anytime you have a civil rights movement of any kind. You're going to have an enormously powerful backlash, and you just got to be fucking ready for it. And if you're not, you're going to get swept away. And if you think it's just bad people, it's just stupid people, those are the ones who feel that way, you're missing something.
Yeah, and if you look at the history of the United States or of Europe and all the mass movements for equality, there was not a single one that I can think of that did not generate incredible amounts of opposition from the defenders of the old regime. And the only question was how able were they to capitalize upon a wider scale of resentment on behalf of their own defensive privilege and power. That's the real dynamic. And and then the other side of the point is the one that you just made, which is the left have to always be prepared, and there is in fact a fairly small window to make the kind of changes that you want to make, and the key is to institutionalize them, because state institutions are a lot harder. As Ronald Reagan discovered, time and again, trying to get rid of Social Security, it proved to be, the cornerstone of the New Deal. It proved to be an extraordinarily difficult thing to get rid of. So it's not enough just to have a movement. It's not enough just to sort of do the right things. You want to institutionalize these things in such a way that they're very hard to undo.
Yeah, you have to pass the Americans with Disabilities Act and then build a bunch of concrete ramps everywhere that people are going to have trouble taking out. You can't just say, hey, guess what? We're going to hold you accountable for XYZ. Right. You need to put that shit in place. Before we go to break, I just want to ask, though, we're talking about these social movements, civil rights movements. Something that always stuck. I wish I could remember the first person who put it to me this way, but that the hardest thing about making civil rights progress in America is we can get white people to read the book and we can get them to agree, but can we get them to give up anything?
Yeah.
To give up any amount of power or any amount of advantage whatsoever, even just sending your kids to a public school instead of a private school, like just that amount of giving up a little bit of something. And that seems to be the essential ingredient in actually making progress. But as you describe it, that's the actual thing that causes the political backlash to occur that can potentially sweep away all the progress. That seems to be a very pessimistic view of how this works, because it means that the exact thing you want to do is always going to cause a huge reaction in the other direction. Is that, are you pessimistic about that, or how do you view it?
I'm less so, and in part because I feel like the left has internalized, particularly when it comes to issues of race, because I think there's a weird way in which the left thinks there's some kind of almost instinctive biological desire of white people to hold on to their own. And the truth is that the creation of white people as white people who want to defend their privileges, that was a project that took an awful long time.
Right.
It doesn't just happen automatically. What I'm more impressed by, I mean, let's take the story of slavery. The United States had probably the largest sort of slave economy, I think, in the modern world in terms of
I would not say that.
Money and all the rest of it. But what it also had that never gets mentioned, is the largest mass movement against slavery in the modern world. The United States was one of the few societies, people don't know this about the Republican Party, but it really formed as an anti-slavery party, and it won an election. And W.E.B. Du Bois famously said that the destruction of slavery was authorized by the vote. The British monarchy, the British Empire, got rid of slavery, through imperial rule. In France, it was an extraordinarily violent slave rebellion. But the Republican
How we
Party
go
was
up
an
through that way?
multiracial party,
Take
made
that.
up mostly of white people, and all of them understood that. The project was to extinguish slavery one way or another. And so, I look to movements like that are interracial and that are dedicated to the destruction of a form of privilege, and how I think the left has a lot to learn from how those movements did that. And just quickly, because I know we're going to go to a break, one of the things they did was to not make this just a moral thing about your virtue. That just, we're good people who are, but to connect.
I don't buy slave-made stuff. Exactly.
Because that's what one group of abolitionists did, and they didn't get very far.
Yeah.
The secret of the Republican Party was to make this about, no, this is in your self-interest. We're going to create a whole new set of institutions that you will benefit from, and that's a whole complicated argument. We don't need to get into that, but I think that's something that the left really can learn from.
That's a really fascinating story. I mean, the story of abolition is, I think about it all the time, because on the one hand, it was amazing that it worked. On the other hand, it took 400 years or so. It took more than twice the amount of time that slavery has even been, ended in the United States. There were abolitionists hundreds and hundreds of years ago who were born and died, and then their kids and their grandkids were born and died before slavery was ended. But at the same time, maybe that's an optimistic story, because the faith was kept, and for all those hundreds of years, must have been, hey, this will never change. We'll never end this. This is, our economy is built on it. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
And there are so many issues today that I know activists are fighting for, that people have that same relationship. Well, we're not going to abolish the police. Pick whatever it is you want.
Right.
That's a fantasy. Well, 400 years from now, maybe maybe we could get there. When we get back, I want to ask you more about some of today's right-wing political figures and get your view on them. But we'll be right back with more Corey Robin. Nothing is worse than losing all of your data. If you're anything like me, even just the thought of losing years of photos, videos, and personal projects makes you freak the heck out. And if you're like me, you're ready to take steps to make sure you don't lose any of it. Well, when it comes to saving data, Backblaze has got your back. They have helped restore over 55 billion files for customers. Just go to skylightcal.com/factually. That's SKYLIGHTCAL.com/factually. Okay, we're back with Corey Robin talking about the reactionary mind, right-wing politics, the movement, and its history. Let's talk about some of the figures that we deal with today. What do you say to people who argue that, you know, Trump is somehow different than other figures in the conservative movement? You know, that there's regular conservatives or regular right wingers, and then Trump is something altogether new. You hear that argument a lot.
There are things about Trump that are new. I think what's interesting to me, though, is that the things that people focus on as new and novel are, in fact, very much part of the DNA of the right going way, way back. So, for instance, the use of racist populism, that's a very old story about the modern conservative movement. And what's ironically significant about Trump in just that regard alone is how diminishing the returns are of racist populism. So we forget about, you know, Richard Nixon was one of the real pioneers of the kind of the backlash politics you brought up earlier. Rick Perlstein's book, The Silent Majority, which was a white majority. And what we forget is that Richard Nixon was reelected with something like 65% of the vote. It was, that's, you know, close to what we call a super majority.
Yeah.
Donald Trump never received even the majority. He lost both of the elections in terms of the popular vote. That is significant, and I know sometimes that can feel like cold comfort, but I think if you start looking at the trajectory, the things that we are most fearful about Trump in terms of those types of things show diminishing returns. What's
like how so? Like, you mean in terms of election interference, that kind of thing? Like, it's working less well over time, or?
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking particularly about racist populism
got it,
and that kind of thing. And then the election interference is a pretty fascinating thing because, again, we forget this, but you know, the modern conservative movement. Irving Kristol, who was one of the great sort of intellectual godfathers, he said, you know, the task of neoconservatism today is to turn conservatism into a mass democratic movement of the majority. And they really tried to do that, and they were successful at it. The reason now that we see all of this reliance upon the Senate, reliance upon the Supreme Court, reliance upon gerrymandering, all of what
gerrymandering,
what are called by political scientists counter-majoritarian state institutions.
Right, they usually are undoing democratic stuff that the voters voted for.
Exactly.
Right.
That is a novel feature of the Republican Party, precisely because it is losing grounds in democracy. And so one of the things that used to drive me crazy when Trump was elected was a lot of progressives and liberals and the kind of resistance movement, you know, defend the Constitution against Trump. Well, the truth of the matter is the Republican Party and Donald Trump depend more on the Constitution than any other political party or any other group in the United States. Because where does their power come from? The Electoral College, the Supreme Court, and traditionally the United States Senate. These are all creatures of the Constitution that, were they not to have those constitutional supports, the Republican Party would be a far more diminished political operation.
Right. If you're leaning on, those are almost institutional crutches in a way that are holding you up, that you can buttress your power with, versus a movement that is, if you have the power of the people on your side, if you have a majoritarian movement, you actually can overrun the banks of whatever the institutional barriers are. That makes me think about, I don't know, in my union work, there's always conversations about like,
union
we need
work,
this or that in the contract to get our power. It's like, well, actually, if you have all the members working together, it doesn't matter what's in the contract, doesn't matter what labor law says. If you have the power, then you can do what you want. And so that's a good point. If you're leaning on the rules, then that's maybe an indication you don't have that much power. And so you've argued that the modern conservative movement is a lot weaker than a lot of people think it is. That's one of the reasons why. Why else?
Yes, exactly. And then, you know, I mean, a couple of things. You know, as I say, if you look at the electoral returns, both at the level of the presidency and in Congress, you see a diminishing amount of popular support. But then the other important half of this, which I feel like is maybe starting to get a certain amount of attention, but did not get nearly enough under Trump, was how, I mean, we forget Donald Trump, for the first 2 years in power, the Republicans had all the elected branches of the federal government. And the truth of the matter is, despite a lot of the scary rhetoric that came out of Trump,
he didn't have any scary
to
rhetoric.
Accomplish so much of their legislative agenda.
They did tax cuts, and that was about it.
There was tax cuts and the Supreme Court appointments, which are important.
Yeah.
But compared to what George W. Bush or Ronald Reagan or Richard Nixon, the kind of achievements that they were able to enact, it was astounding. So now we see today this whole fiasco with the speaker election, where they can't, and people are like, oh well, they're just incompetent. The truth of the matter is that's the way they were. They were like Keystone Cops when they had all the power, and so I think it's both the diminishing electoral majority, popular majorities, the increasing reliance upon constitutional apparatuses that benefit, white rural types of people, and then finally their inability to translate whatever electoral.
Jeez. I wonder what that was about, like why he did that. That was wild. Did he want to feed Yellow the kill? I'm confused. Why would he want to have fed Yellow the kill?
Oral returns they do get into any kind of legislative or political action. It's just been astounding.
They can use it to, in the case of judicial appointments, buttress more of that sort of rule-based power and keep themselves in power longer. I guess the counter I would say is that sort of weakness-based clinging on to power that can last for a long time. If you look at the white Democratic Party in the South that was ruling, it was an apartheid state, this entire area where it's being ruled by white people, and then the senators from those states ran basically ran the entire federal government because they voted in such a block, and that there was American government couldn't even get an anti-lynching law passed for 100 years. And so you can have a lot of power.
Absolutely, and there is no doubt about it. The reason I stress this though is to give people a sense that these people, that the right is actually far more vulnerable, far less able to kind of control the political discourse than they once did, and that's an opportunity for the left. Whether the left is able or willing to take it, that's a whole other kettle of fish.
What would it mean to take it?
I think what the left needs to be doing is to not just simply, pass some good pieces of legislation. It needs to do what we periodically see in American politics, which is to a kind of a vast realignment kind of politics, where you're not only creating a sort of a permanent majority. When I say permanent, I mean for several decades, an electoral majority, but you're institutionalizing changes, the kinds of things we were talking about earlier, that are just very hard to undo and that are not just good for people, but create real forms.
Why would he do that?
Brought up periodically your work in the labor union.
Is he just going to split it? Not split it the way I would have thought.
Wagner Act really was not just something that was good for.
I would have went boom, boom, and then
whatever.
split into there.
It completely transformed the American.
That was a dumb move, whatever he just did.
Institutionalized worker power.
Exactly.
So now there is worker power built into the American political system, and it can't really be removed easily.
Yeah, easily, exactly. And I mean, and that's what I think we're trying to grapple with right now is what would be the kinds of things. I mean, this is why things like voting rights are so important. This is why things like labor law reform are so important. And this is why things like creating new states in the union to undo the kind of Republican. I mean, I get it. These are very tall order, and all the rest of it. What has stopped it? Well, the refusal to get rid of the filibuster by a couple of senators that are Democrats. And, progressive movements have faced, far bigger mountains than I can't even remember her name from Arizona, Kirsten Sinema, and what's his name, Manchin from West Virginia. So in a way, it's almost, if it weren't so tragic, it's comical. Like these little fleas are sort of in the way, and that's all that's stopping it. And so I kind of feel like this is just something that the left should be able to kind of figure out and work its way around.
Well, I think maybe the Obama years are a good example of what happens if you don't do this. If
Exactly.
you put things into place. I mean, the Affordable Care Act, in fact, did last, so maybe
Yes.
it's an example of what you're talking about, although, insufficient in many ways. But if you don't put those structural, you don't like hard code it in.
Exactly.
You can end up with, there's the famous, now more famous, case of like right after, Reconstruction when, we had, black senators and elected officials all across the South for, 8 to 10 years. And then it was all washed away by, the tide of white backlash. That is what will happen if you do not sort of entrench those gains. That is really fascinating and a really powerful lesson. Let's talk about Clarence Thomas. Your most recent book is about Clarence Thomas. He is somebody who is often caricatured very much. I mean, the caricature I've always received of him is, he never speaks. Which sort of the implication is that he's sort of thoughtless and lazy about it. He just is like reflexively originalist and just says no to everything, etc. You make the case that there's something much deeper going on with him.
Yeah. So, the basic argument of my book is that Clarence Thomas, he was originally a black nationalist on the left when he was a younger man. And
like a Black Panther?
Oh, yeah. Supporting Malcolm X and the Black Panthers.
And then you read Milton Friedman.
Black Power, the whole bit.
Wow.
And what's interesting about him is as he moved to the right in the 1970s, he kept a lot of those tenets from his time on the black nationalist left. So first and foremost, he really is what we call a kind of racial pessimist. He believes that black people are a kind of a permanently beleaguered minority who will never get a fair shake from white America. He believes that white racism is pretty much incurable. And these aren't just things you can find from when he was, 18, 19 years old. These are things that you find when he's a full member of the Reagan administration.
Wow.
These are things that you actually find in his Supreme Court opinions.
Wow.
So, just a side note, one of the things that used to drive me crazy, I mean, it's precisely what you say, he doesn't think and he doesn't whatever. And meanwhile, he's got this body of jurisprudence, which is extremely large.
Right.
That nobody ever bothers to pay attention to. You want to hear what the man thinks, like, go read the goddamn opinion.
He's constantly writing separate dissents, right?
Exactly.
Where he's like, well, I dissent along with everybody else, but I've got a different dissent, so I'm going to write my own little essay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And also for years, if anybody knew anything about that, they would say, well, he's just this crackpot. Well, lo and behold, those little dissents often become the majority opinion. Perfect example is he was the first modern Supreme Court justice who claimed that the right to bear arms was a personal, individual right, and he does it in a footnote. Long before Justice Scalia,
I opened him up
the
too.
Hellerick decision.
I opened up. Does he split?
And so, this is the way he operates: is to plant his flag. He's got an army of clerks who end up becoming very influential. He had more clerks in the Trump administration than any other Supreme Court justice.
Wow. Oh man, he's moving fast. He actually might be good.
All of these kinds of things, and he, helps create this intellectual infrastructure. But again, I think just go back to where we began with all this. The foundation of it is this really hardcore pessimism about the possibility of racial progress. And this is what I think is important for the left, because I think the left oftentimes has a version of that kind of racial pessimism, and then we think that's a progressive position. Well, in fact, that kind of pessimism about the possibility for political transformation, that is...
All right, let's see how this 1v1 goes. It's going to be pretty tied.
Is the heart of right-wing thinking. Albert Hirschman was this great political
it is so close.
He wrote this book called The Rhetoric of Reaction about 30 years ago. And he said there's three types of reactionary argument. But one of which he talked about was the rhetoric of futility. And he said this is the most devastating conservative/reactionary argument there is, that there is no point to trying to make change, whether it's economic change, racial change, gender change, because these kinds of inequalities, for one reason or another, are sewn into the fabric of humanity as a whole. And that what you're really trying to do is change human nature, and that's just not possible. And this is, in a way, Clarence Thomas's argument about the possibility of black freedom. The consequence of that, for him, is that what you should do instead is cultivate a particularly kind of powerful black man, a black patriarchal figure, much like his grandfather who essentially raised him. And that if you empower these black patriarchs, these black powerful men, they will sort of preside over, they will take care of their own. And that is his vision, is this kind of powerful, and it has a lot of, by the way, correspondence in some of the writings of Malcolm X, in some of the writings of the Black Power movement, which was, at times fairly misogynistic, fairly patriarchal in its approach. So that's really the story of the book, is how this guy begins as a black man, left, moves to the right, but holds on to certain kinds of ideas about black patriarchy, about racial pessimism, and about the impossibility of political transformation. This is why, for instance, Clarence Thomas on the right to vote, it's a hard thing to say, but he really does not believe that black people should engage in voting, essentially. He thinks this is a misbegotten enterprise, and that what black people should concentrate upon is building up economic wealth in their communities, particularly black men. And that is the path, not towards transformation. He doesn't believe in transformation, but towards black survival.
And he said this more or less explicitly?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so this would be, for instance, I assume he voted for, the dismantling of the Voting Rights Act, where all of these, states in the South are no longer under strict scrutiny, which has allowed a lot of. So he literally is just like, voting isn't really very helpful. So,
exactly.
So don't stress about it.
Exactly. And this goes back to one of his first. This was a concurring opinion because he was part of the majority, but this was in 1992, I believe, in the spring of 92, just after he had been brought onto the court. He wrote a 100-page concurrence in a case called Holder v. Hall, where he really, again, sets out in very careful detail his vision of the Voting Rights Act, and that the idea of black people collectively having power through the vote is essentially a misbegotten enterprise, and not really the path that black people should take.
Oh, what I love about this analysis is how much it cuts through so many, simple political stereotypes that we have about, first of all, Clarence Thomas already violates one of those stereotypes, which is that black people always vote liberal.
Yeah.
Which is a very obviously false stereotype. But, also that, that political project is somehow fundamentally progressive, et cetera, by actually understanding, what it means to be right-wing or to adopt that mindset, and then looking granularly at what his politics actually is, you really come to a much fuller understanding that explains it.
Yeah, and I have nothing against Hollywood people, but I do believe
please. Please.
But there is, it's interesting watching a kind of increasing politicization in the last 10 years of, on the Hollywood liberals and Hollywood left, and
boom. Oh, it's not even 9 yet? Oh, he was a master. Yellow was? Nice. That means that I'll probably gain quite a bit of points right there. What? How did I lose points? What the fuck?
It's a real missed opportunity because, you guys are influential, you have, power and all the rest of it. But I do feel like there's a lot that is missed about the right. And there's a lot of comforting kind of fairy tales, in a way, that are told about the right. And or someone like Clarence Thomas, that just miss the blueprint. And like that's the thing. Like these guys have really thought this through, and it's sort of interesting actually when you think about it, because someone like Clarence Thomas moving to the right, when he did that was it was not a popular move.
Yeah.
This was a very this was a minority position, of a very besieged kind of small group of people. To make it in that world, like they really had to think this stuff through for themselves. Like it wasn't just handed to them. So the notion that somehow or another that these people are stupid and just were not thinking all the rest of it, it just doesn't speak to the facts. It's they didn't come to power in some kind of subterfuge way. What's most amazing to me is this was all there, clear as day. And a lot of people on the left ignored it.
Yeah, I mean, even movies that cover politics
I'm
that
not
I like,
feeling
I
good.
think about the Adam McKay movie about Dick Cheney,
Yeah.
which is a movie I quite liked, but there's a line in it where the characters, it's like Rumsfeld and Cheney or whatever are talking, and they're saying like, what do we believe? And one of them is like, we don't believe anything. Bah. And I watched that going, yes, they did. They did have
Absolutely.
beliefs. This is, that's a comedy, and it's, it was a bit of a fictionalization, but there's almost no depiction of what politics actually is on film and television, or just the idea that people, especially in comedies, if you watch a movie, watch things like Veep or like House of Cards or etc. No one believes anything. It's all cynicism. I'm like, no, but people really do. They are motivated by their beliefs.
Yeah, and I think the problem that a lot of liberals have is that they associate having beliefs and principles with being virtuous. And
so anybody who they believe isn't behaving virtuous can't have principles whatsoever. They're just a cynic.
Exactly. And that is, just as my English teacher in 9th grade, Mrs. Damon, used to say to me, you are so wrong, you couldn't be further from the truth. And that really is just a very wrong-headed assumption that if I could do one thing, it would be to disabuse people of that idea that somehow or another the good guys are the ones who have principles. And you see this a lot whenever anybody on occasion from the right votes the way the left wants. So Gorsuch,
I like how they're acting like they're the good guys.
in his opinions about indigenous people or LGBTQ rights, suddenly they say, oh, he got principled.
Yeah.
And what are the odds that, on that one thing he got principled, but then he's not principled? It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Or when John McCain voted the right way on Obamacare.
Right.
Oh,
The right way, yeah.
It's the last heroic act, come on. That's
No.
That's not the way people are.
Well, John McCain is enough of a storyteller about himself that perhaps he didn't. It was literally for that reason.
Yeah.
But in that case, it would have been out of principle. It would have been cynical because he was trying to tell a good story with his big thumb down and everything.
Yes, exactly. It was a very dramatic Hollywood kind of story, and he did like theater.
Well, what I like about what you do here is that you, for someone who, overtly associates themselves with the left, you pay much more respect to those on the right because you are paying them the respect, but also paying yourself the respect of assuming that they are intelligent people who actually believe things and have some thought behind themselves. And so, you're I say you're paying yourself respect because it's, I think, less lazy, and it's more, from the top of your intelligence to assume that anyone you're talking to has a thought in their heads. But like it is, it's almost a little bit radical of a way to treat those folks. I mean, what kind of reaction do you get to these arguments?
Initially there was a lot of resistance. When the reactionary mind first came out, it really got attacked by liberals. They really hated the argument. I think with time and with Trump and certain things now, I think they resonate more. The Clarence Thomas book was better received, but I know there's an awful lot of people, who really. I mean, I thought it was interesting because it came out right on the cusp of Black Lives Matter, the sort of second wave of Black Lives Matter, and a kind of the racial reckoning where we were supposed to listen to black voices. And, I would say, like, okay, you want to listen to black voices? This is the most powerful black person in the United States.
Yeah.
This is the most powerful black person in the United States. And you might think he only speaks for himself, but the truth of the matter is he doesn't. I mean, I used to get, it was amazing to me when I'd give book talks, I would have a lot of people who were black would come up to me who were younger, and they'd say, you know, you sound like you're describing my father. And I never really understood this, but like, that's exactly how he sounds. You know, so clearly there is a constituency among African Americans who are not a united, politically unified group of people any more than any other, group of people. But I do think there's been quite a bit of resistance on this because, I think Clarence Thomas is like a particular villain for the left. It goes back to the Anita Hill thing. And people don't want to think that, their cartoon villain can think. It's very hard for reasons. I mean, I have to say, like, I think I'm pretty good at understanding people whom I disagree with, but I think this one I've never really been able to get. Like, why is it that you think, and especially people who are in like the theater, like, the greatest villain in all theater, Iago, was quite a brilliant Shakespeare's Othello, quite a brilliant kind of a guy. But for some reason, we don't like to think our villains are smart. And I don't
I don't like how he's just classifying conservatives as villains here.
Well, our real life villains, we like a fictional villain who's smart.
That's true.
But in real life,
Hans Gruber or somebody like that. Yeah.
Well, or I don't know, Darth Vader, right?
Yeah,
is like
right.
he's great at everything,
Right.
and he's in fact almost a hero. But in real life, maybe it's too frightening to believe that the person who opposes you is a real person who is perhaps smarter than you, more committed than you are. Often people don't want to believe the frightening thing. Somehow it reminds me of the opposite conclusion, which I remember, in the years after September 11th, I knew a lot of people who, were like, Bush knew, and like he let it happen because it was all part of his master plan.
Right.
And I was like, I think it's more frightening to believe that he had no fucking clue,
Right.
that the people who are running the country are just ignorant,
Right.
Conditional humans the way the rest of us are. That's a more frightening thing to contemplate.
That's true too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you feel at all writing about Clarence Thomas as a white author? Like, did you ever have any, difficulty or worry that like maybe I'm missing something about the black culture that he grew up in?
Absolutely. I mean, I think you'd have to be kind of, foolish not to go into a project like this with a certain amount of humility and carefulness. And so, I work really hard. I work hard on all my books, but I really worked extra hard, to make sure that I got this, story right. And, what's interesting about, Thomas is, he's partially a reflection of sort of Southern black culture where he grew up. He's partially a reflection of his sort of Northern academic training. And he's also, a Supreme Court justice. So there's lots of different communities of, that you have to kind of get a handle on. And I mean, I was fortunate because I got a lot of help from, various people who really are experts in this stuff, much more than I am. But I think what was gratifying is that I really do feel like, more than anything else, black readers and people, in audience really, connected. I mean, they hate Thomas. It's not like they came away from this, saying like I'm a Thomas guy, but
they connected to it.
Yeah,
they were like there is truth in here.
Yeah, and there's intelligibility where before it was just sort of opacity.
Yeah, that's really powerful and valuable to be able to give people. What do you feel that the story of Clarence Thomas tells us about, overall American life? And actually, I got to bring us in for a landing here. What do you think about the moment that we're in and where you think things might go over the next couple of years? What do you hope people do over the next couple of years?
Well, I won't make any predictions because often my predictions turn out to be wrong. But
sometimes it's fun to make a prediction and just be like, I'm putting a marker down. I don't know. I'm putting it on black. Let's see what happens. So you can do that if you like. But I'm just curious how you analyze the moment that we're in.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're sort of in a stuck moment because it's very clear to me, as we've talked about, that the right, the modern right, is probably at its weakest stage that it's ever been. And I know that seems very counterintuitive and kind of, just for the, what's the word, contrarian for the sake of it. But, I think there's an awful lot of evidence for this. What has been my great frustration is that you can't beat something with nothing. And I feel like the left has had a very tough time, and I don't just mean the Democratic Party. I mean, I'm very supportive of the Democratic DSA, Democratic Socialists. That's kind of my politics.
Cringe.
We've had a very tough time coming up with a kind of an overall political story that would win a majority, and not just these kind of very bare majorities, but the kind of majority you need in order to really make the sort of transformational changes. And I'm not sure why that is.
There's been no Roosevelt New Deal moment.
No, we haven't had it there, and I don't point any fingers. I just think we haven't figured this out yet. And the real problem is that we're. And I don't like to talk this way because it sort of goes against the grain for me. But because of climate change, I think we're in a bit of a,
race against the clock.
Yeah, we don't have the luxury
because of climate change
of what.
Oh my goodness.
And it sounds strange to say this, but the American left, leading up to the Roosevelt moment, they went through. There was a lot of trial and error there. There was a lot of failure. Failure is the story of every popular movement. The question is not whether you fail; it's what you do with the failure, what you learn from it, how you build on that. And I believe that. I think that's true. The problem we're in right now is there's not a lot of margin for failure, and so so that's my profound prognosis for where we are.
In terms of that political, that message, or it's even bigger than a message, the political project that is going to be able to create a majority. Bernie Sanders tried to do that quite hard. That is like what you're describing. I can look back at his two campaigns and say he was trying to do that. He had the headlines, he had the program, he had the rallies, he had a movement, a genuine movement that, you mentioned the DSA came out of it turned into a semi-durable political movement. But sometimes when I look at that movement, I say, well, he was squelched by the powers that be. And sometimes I look at it and say, it didn't quite have the juice.
Yeah, it didn't.
And which do you think it is and why?
Yeah, it was certainly, there was an effort to shut it down. There's no doubt about it. But it didn't quite have the juice. And I think the real problem is that that kind of, democratic socialism is still too reliant upon kind of younger voters in cities overwhelmingly. Right. And, you're just going to have to be able to break out of that if you want to take on this as a mass project. And I think there's something else about it, which a friend of mine, the labor historian Steve Frazier, has been talking about a lot. You think about Bernie Sanders, there is something very backward looking about the left. Think about a Green New Deal, a New Deal, FDR, even socialism itself. These are ideas that are more than 100 years old. Our frame of and I don't know what that means for now, but the thing about the New Deal itself was it was this radical experiment.
It was the New Deal.
Exactly.
It was new.
It was new.
But when you say Green New Deal, it's not new anymore. It's 100 years old.
Yeah, and I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. If it had worked, I would have said that was great. But it does tell you something. I think there's a certain kind of timidity, there's a certain uncertainty, and a looking back that's, which all movements do this. There's nothing strange about looking. Edward Bellamy, one of the great utopian thinkers of the 19th century labor movement, had a book called Looking Backward. So they all do that, but they do that as a way of kind of catapulting forward. And I feel like there's a looking back today that's a crutch. And what that means in practice, I don't know, but it tells me we're not there yet, and the only question is, how much time do we have to get there?
Is there something that you could see arising to break the logjam? Is it a visionary, once in a generation political figure? Is it a new intellectual movement?
Well, I don't know about the intellectual figure or the political figure. For me, the greatest moment. There have been two great moments of promise in the last. Where are we? 2023 in the last 7 years. One was that the wave of teacher strikes in 2018, 2019 that were all in red states, in West Virginia and Oklahoma. And that was, to me, the first sign of breaking out of this red-blue dichotomy. And
Yes.
they won.
Yes.
And they won.
And they were wildcat strikes.
And they were wildcat strikes,
Yeah.
and it was, the teachers are, both beloved and hated.
Right.
They're public sector workers, and I saw the beginning of something. So that was one moment. And the other moment was when Bernie won in Nevada, which was, this huge moment for Latino left, kind of immigrant, younger workers.
It was a labor victory, too.
It was a labor victory.
The
unions there. And, people forget about the New Deal. But one aspect of it was a lot of new, younger immigrant workers. 1924, we cut off immigration in this country. But there were people who had come in 1920, 1918. Their children came of age in the 1930s. And those were the people, Jews, Italians, Eastern Europeans. They were the people who built
the New Deal,
the modern Democratic Party, and they were outsiders. I mean, we think of them today as white ethnics, but they were once They were the children of immigrants. They were the refuse of Europe.
They were Catholics.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They were Catholics. Exactly. And so when I saw in Nevada all those young housekeepers, casino workers, who were talking about, Tio Bernie, Uncle Bernie, and I just thought, like, this is the future. What it does, I don't know, but that is the future. And I feel like those two moments to me are kind of what the sparks of something.
That is a really powerful vision, and it's a great... I'm not going to ask you anymore because I don't want to fall back into pessimism. I really like ending on that note.
Okay.
It's been fascinating talking to you. Thank you so much for coming on,
Really
Corey.
enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you once again to Corey Robin for coming on the show. If you want to check out his books, head to factuallypod.com/books. That's factuallypod.com/books. When you do, you'll be supporting not just this show, but your local bookstore as well. If you want to support the show directly, please check us out on Patreon. Patreon.com/Adam Conover. $5 a month gets you every episode of the show ad-free. For $15 a month, I will read your name on this podcast and put you in the credits of my video monologues. Most recently, I want to thank Richard McVeigh, Celine Dragon, Blammo, Michael Frasco, Lee Dotson, Emily Wilson, Secto Aben, and God King Engineer of Beaverkind. Once again, love that name. Can't get enough of it. Want to thank my producers, Sam Roudman and Tony Wilson, everybody here at HeadGum for making the show possible. If you want to come see me do stand-up in a city near you, head to adamconover.net for tickets and tour dates.
Not
Chicago,
really,
New
no.
York, D.C., Portland, Maine, Atlanta, Nashville, Philly.
Today is the 23rd of November 2023, and Gaza is still under the fire.
So, picture this. I was scrolling through Instagram the other day when I came across screenshots from TikTok, screenshots of a book of poetry. Allow me to do my best dramatic reading of these poems. Ahem. Poem number 1. I have a question. Answer me honestly. Do you want us to continue? Yes or no? If it's not a yes, it's a no. Poem number 2. When we first met, I had no idea that I would become so attached. The caption on this post was very apt. We have to shut down poetry until we figure out what's going on. Then, and you're never gonna believe this, just a few days later it happened again. Screenshots from Twitter of actual published poetry. This time I'll read the captions first, then the poems. The caption accompanying the first poem read, "How dare you call yourself a poet and write this?" The poem is as follows. You don't post pictures of me on social media. You say something along the lines of, I don't post on Instagram anymore. I don't use Facebook. It's not even that important. And it's not. It's not important to you. I just want to be shown off. I want people to know I'm your girl. Is that too much to ask? The next poem is simply captioned, What is this? The poem reads, This is your sign. Check his phone. Go through his TikTok likes, Insta-saved, screen time, deleted apps, Reddit, Discord, Twitter. You'll look at him different. Okay, we'll come back to the poems themselves later. Let's just talk about the responses for a second. One response tweet read, every single poem they post is so base level and has no depth to it whatsoever. They're literally speaking in normal conversation sentences, and people are eating it up and buying her book. Commenters.
Whose
on
book is this? It almost seems like it's satire. Is it satire? Is this just a giant meme? Is this like a troll that this person is doing? What the fuck is this bitch's name? How was that? What was that? Okay. Holy shit, how many books can you write in it? Yeah, obviously these books are going to be shit. Look at how many she's writing in a year. She got 3 in 2022. 2 in 2021. 3 in 2021. View all. Let's see. Bro, she just pumping out books. Holy shit. I want to see this person's Twitter. All right. Now. Yeah, it's just pictures of her fucking book. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. It's okay. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. It's okay. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Okay. Apology without change is manipulation. Bro, this is just like basic bitch shit. Women, bro, women are so fucking dumb. Buy her flowers just because, hold her hand just because, kiss her forehead just because, tell her you love her just because, plan a date just because if you don't, that girl is going to realize her worth outside of you. She will never be yours to keep. Cringe. What is this? Is there any you can drink the alcohol you want, but still won't forget the sound of her laughter. Oh my goodness, bro. This shit is fucking cringe. What the fuck is this? You attack Orange. You just want me to do your fucking dirty work, you dumb bitch. I'm not gonna do that. I will love you each day and every day, like the first day I fell in love with you. No. I'm just gonna do this. Oh, is he gonna break? Okay. I will love you every day. I will love you each and every day. Like the first day I fell in love with you. I will always be present in you. What the fuck, bro? I don't want to be spoiled with money. What I want is to be spoiled with effort. I don't want a diamond ring that costs more money than I will ever make in my lifetime. I want... Bro. Why do women like such dumb, basic shit? It's just like you can say like something just, I don't know, and they'll be like, wow, that's so deep. Oh my goodness, so deep. Basically what I'm getting from this is that women are just dumb. Okay,
Graham
continue.
repeated similar sentiments, pointing out that the poems just read as tweets or captions. Others pointed out that poems such as these belong in the subreddit I'm 14 and This Is Deep. People basically just want to publish their thoughts.
For real?
Their stream of consciousness. But that wouldn't sell, so they break it into short lines with minimal grammar, punctuation, and some line breaks, claim it's poetry, and publish it that way. But among the comments, another thought kept repeating, and not just a thought, but a name. A person. Rupi Kaur.
Who's
But let's come
Ruby
back to that
Kaur?
later. This video is kind of inevitably going to be very opinionated. If that thought frightens
Ruby
you can keep it going
Kaur.
now. Alternatively, you can share your own opinions in the comments and we'll all be respectful of that. Let people enjoy what they enjoy. That being said, let me share an anecdote. For my degree, I had to take a class called Children's Literature. The course consisted of works written for ages 0 to 17. We took a week to do a unit on poetry in which our professor asked us what makes poetry enjoyable. One person answered, when it's short, which was understandable and fairly agreeable. Another classmate said, when it relates to things I'm interested in. I nodded along to that as well. But one classmate said, when it's easy to understand. I followed the basis for that response, but I found myself disagreeing. I said, I actually like when poems are a little more complicated. It makes them like puzzles, and once I start to get them, it makes me feel like I'm part of an inside joke. And before you tell me, I know I need to get out more. So which of us was right? Well, cop-out answer, but both of us. There's no wrong way to enjoy poetry. Poetry is a very subjective art form, after all. And while I hate to get into semantics, I think it's necessary to our discussion that we define what poetry is. Google would define poetry as literary work in which special intensity is given to the expression of feelings and ideas by the use of distinctive style and rhythm. But if you're like me, you might find yourself disagreeing with this definition. It's too constraining. Poetry doesn't need to have a distinctive meter. Most literary scholars would agree that Walt Whitman's Song of Myself is a poetic opus, but it's all free verse, i.e. not bound by meter or regular rhyme. Still, Whitman's poetry can sound pretty rhythmic, even though it's technically free verse. Take a look at this poem, Alternate Names for Black Boys by Dinez Smith.
Alternate names for black boys? What the fuck?
Seriously? Do you want a towel? Or
does my discussing matters of state and moist repose bother you?
What is this? Fargo?
Smoke above the burning bush. Arch nemesis of summer night. First son of soil. Coal awaiting spark and wind. Guilty until proven dead. Oil heavy starlight.
Guilty until
Monster
proven
until
dead.
proven ghost.
What the
Gone.
fuck, bro?
Phoenix who forgets to unash.
Phoenix who
going,
forgets to
going,
unash.
Gone. Gods of shovels and black veils. What once passed for kindling. Fireworks at dawn.
Oh my
Brilliant
God.
shadow-hued coral. I thought to leave this blank, but who am I to name us nothing? Prayer who learned to bite and sprint. A mother's joy and clutched breath. This poem has no rhythm, but it's clearly still a poem. Notice that this work is written in a numbered list, and yet when I read it, I did not read off the numbers. That's simply because when I read it in my head, I didn't read the numbers either. This choice on my part, again, highlights the subjectivity of poetry. Perhaps we could define a poem by what it isn't. Prose. But again, we run into problems since prose is defined as written language in its ordinary form without metrical structure. But we've already established that a poem doesn't have to have metrical structure either. In fact, there's a whole subgenre of poetry called prose poetry, which is a work written in prose that still retains poetic qualities, and if you think that definition is vague, congratulations, you're correct. Take Claudia Rankine's Citizen as an example. This whole book is technically one poem, but it's segmented into mostly single stanzas that look just like paragraphs. Even still, most who read these paragraphs would probably agree that they're more poetry than they are prose. So, what is poetry? Well...
Alright, I gotta go take a piss real fast. I read like epic poems. I don't read like shit like this, so this shit I find cringe.
Well, again, sort of a cop-out answer, but frankly, anything can be poetry. And if that's the case, how do we
Everybody
evaluate the
can
quality
cook.
of poetry? If there's no wrong way to enjoy a poem and no wrong way to write a poem, are the social media commenters justified in calling a poem bad? Well, as one great reviewer said,
the best reviews are entirely subjective, but that doesn't mean you throw
Bro, what? Is that video game Donkey?
objectivity out the window.
despite the subjectivity
Is this
of
guy-
poetry, there are various objective ways that we can evaluate the quality of a poem, some more objective than others. I'll highlight a few ways to evaluate and critique poetry that I'll use later in the video. First, a poem can be evaluated by its content, how it speaks to readers and their experiences. Second, critics might look at how the language enhances the meaning of the poem, particularly in ways that prose couldn't, such as through rhyme, meter, figurative language, and all other literary devices. Just as well, the third way to evaluate poetry is how the structure enhances meaning. Do the shapes, patterns, lines, and stanzas do something that prose could not? See, poetry has an economy of form that prose rarely does. To that point, poet Samuel Taylor Coleridge gives us perhaps...
Oh, Samuel Taylor Coleridge. I actually have one of his poems. It's one of my favorites, honestly. Whoa. I knocked over this dude. I actually think it's upstairs. Give me 1 second. Right here. It's the Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. It's really good. I like the artwork that's in it too. See?
Perhaps the simplest way to evaluate poetry. In his words, prose is words in their best order, whereas poetry is the best words in the best order. You've probably noticed, but poems are usually very compact compared to prose. Poems are typically compact because they're very intentional. Every word, every piece of punctuation, every space, all of it needs to lend to the meaning. It's like building a couch from IKEA. One wrong piece and the whole thing can collapse. I've often revisited my poetry and found that the idea I was trying to convey was completely undermined by one piece of diction or other seemingly minute details. Moreover, the first half of Google's poetry definition is quite correct. Literary work in which special intensity is given to the expression of feelings. Most people would judge poetry on the quality of its ability to express feeling and its emotional resonance.
The frenzy has begun. It's time for us to paint the world in blood once more.
It smells like a nice big battle.
Think back to alternate names for black boys. When I read it, you might not have completely understood the poem, but it probably made you feel something. When I first read it, I didn't get all of it, but I understood it had a sad quality, and when I showed it to my friends, they agreed. And look, not to get too meta, but what is the purpose of literature? Obviously, answers to that question will vary, but I do like what John Green has to say on the subject.
For me, stories are about communication. Writing, or at least good writing, is an outgrowth of that urge to use language to communicate complex ideas and experiences between people. Reading is always an act of empathy. It's always an imagining of what it's like to be someone else. Here's the thing. It is extremely hard to get other people to feel what we are feeling. Like, you may have experienced this in your own life. Say my college girlfriend broke up with me, and she did. I want to explain what I'm feeling to my best friend in the entire world, so I say, I am completely obliterated. My heart is broken. In fact, my heart is shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. But because I'm not using particularly compelling or original figurative language, my friend may struggle to empathize with me. And this is my best friend in the entire world.
Hopefully he knows
now
what I
imagine that you're
mean.
trying to communicate far more complicated and nuanced experiences and emotions, and instead of just trying to communicate them to your best friend, you're trying to talk to strangers, some of whom may live very far away, and in fact live centuries after your death.
It was honestly difficult to refrain.
The Last Gentleman? I've never heard of that. Let's look up what this is. Is that The Great Gatsby? I can't read it. The Last Gentleman. Writer and feminist. Feminist. Ooh. That means that she's really dumb. Let's look at her Instagram page. Ah, damn it, I have to log in. Let's see if she has a Twitter. Does she have a Twitter? I don't see a tweeter. That sucks. Alright, let's continue watching the video then.
From just copying and pasting John's entire video here, but I think you get the idea. Literature is meant to communicate emotion and experience, and good literature will do so in compelling, creative, and unique ways. And with that, we can finally get into Rupi Kaur. For the uninitiated, Rupi Kaur is a Canadian poet.
I can't attack
and photographer.
Orange.
I can't really speak to her photography since I don't know much about that, but I'll tell you what I do know. She's pretty controversial within the poetry community. Core's art gained a lot of traction through Instagram. Her writing is in the Insta poetry style, which you've no doubt seen before even if you haven't realized it. It's a style defined by its aesthetics, made to be easily shared on social media. The style is most heavily criticized for the way it favors popularity rather than depth of ideas. Rather than subverting or taking creative leaps with ideas prevalent on social media, Insta poetry tends to just mimic those ideas. Moreover, critics point out the double meaning of the name Insta poetry. Not only does it reference Instagram, but the word instant, referring to how long it takes to write and consume this brand of poetry. Core is certainly not immune to general criticisms of the style, and since many consider her to be at the forefront of Insta poetry, she's perhaps received more attention than anyone else in the subgenre. Core published her first poetry collection in 2014 when she was just 22 years old. And look, say what you will about her poetry, but that is genuinely an impressive accomplishment. Unfortunately for Core, she's controversial for many other reasons. For one thing, she was accused of plagiarizing Nayyirah Waheed, among other poets. Core and Waheed are contemporaries who write in similar styles and found success in more or less the same way. Core has also been criticized because, despite being the self-appointed face of South Asian womanhood, she's seen as a privileged Westerner. Okay, even with all that in mind, controversial opinion here, I don't think Rupi Kaur is a terrible poet. Let's take a brief look at her first published collection, Milk and Honey. By the way, this is all protected under copyright law. All the poems I'm about to show here are free to read with the Google preview of Core's book. Before going further, I'm issuing a content warning. Core's poetry deals with the reality of femininity and dips into topics such as non-consent. You can skip to this timestamp if you don't want to hear me look into her poems addressing these themes. Take this poem here. The first boy that kissed me held my shoulders down, like the handlebars of the first bicycle he ever rode. I was 5. He had the smell of starvation on his lips, which he picked up from his father, feasting on his mother at 4 a.m. He was the first boy
I don't believe this story.
to teach me my body was forgiving to those that wanted, that I should feel anything less than whole, and my God, did I feel empty as his mother at 4:25 a.m. Looking back on our criteria for evaluating poetry, I believe this poem elicits an effective emotional response. Yes, the style is extremely simplistic, as is the case for the genre, but the figurative language is effective. The idea of starvation and feasting evokes an animalistic mood, and comparing the way men feast with the way women feel empty is a powerful juxtaposition. The words "for giving" obviously sound like the single word "forgiving," suggesting that women are forced to be lenient in the way they allow men to treat them. The simile in this poem is especially effective. And remember, if the purpose of literature is to say things in compelling and creative ways, I do think this poem accomplishes that more than once. Is this poem the best words in their best order, as Coleridge would say? No, I don't think it's quite that good, but I think it shows Core has poetic capabilities. There is an emotional quality in this poem. I imagine it would resonate in many ways with a female audience, and to a male audience, the poem would probably make them reflect on the ways they might have made women feel empty, even without meaning to. There's also this poem. The therapist places the doll in front of you. It is the size of girls your uncles like.
Is this like the fucking "where'd they touch you" doll? What the fuck?
Touching. Point to where his hands were. You point to the spot between
Bro, talking about your uncles like touching? What the fuck is this?
its legs. The one he fingered out of you, like a confession. How are you feeling? You pull the lump in your throat out with your teeth and say, fine, numb, really. Admittedly, this poem does rely a lot on shock, but at the same time, there is still an emotional impact here, and it would still be there even if the shock weren't so blunt. In my mind, the emotional resonance doesn't just come from the subject matter, but from the response of the final speaker in the poem when they respond, fine, numb, really. It's an unexpected response. The imagery is powerful, the use of the word fingered is obviously loaded, and the visual of pulling a lump out of one's throat with their teeth followed by the nonchalance of the speaker? Potent. It's really potent. Poems like these help an outsider like me understand what it's like to be a woman. Here's another poem on femininity with less gruesome subject matter. You tell me to quiet down, 'cause my opinions make me less beautiful. But I was not made with a fire in my belly so I could be put out. I was not made with a lightness on my tongue so I could be easy to swallow. I was made heavy, half blade and half silk, difficult to forget, and not easy for the mind to follow. This is, unironically, one of Core's best poems. As I said at the beginning, poetry doesn't have to be complicated to be good. And in one sense, this poem isn't very complicated. On its face, the poem evokes the exact emotion that it appears to, but it does so in a unique way. Sure, the idea of fire being put out has been done before, but Core adds layers to that metaphor by making it a fire in my belly. Suddenly, the reader has to wonder what that means. Why is the fire in the speaker's belly? Moreover, why does a lightness on the tongue make the speaker difficult to swallow? What does a lightness on the tongue even mean? Asking these questions and seeking to answer them makes the poem engaging. The figurative language here actually has depth, so the poem as a whole has depth. There are many more devices at play here than it seems. Again, this shows that Core can make a poetic impact. All these poems can resonate with both men and women, as I've previously pointed out. Poems like these honestly give me perspective into what it's like to be a woman. But then, there are poems like this. The idea that we are so capable of love, but still choose to be toxic. Yeah, what about that idea? I'm not kidding, that's literally the whole poem. It doesn't take a scholar to see that there's not a lot to explore here. Then there's this poem. You have sadness living in places sadness shouldn't live. Admittedly, this one has more technical depth than the last, but even still, poems like these just leave the reader saying, so what? What was the point of that? What was the point of any of this? There are no questions to be had here. There is nothing to explore. Unfortunately, this is the shapes that a lot of Core's poems take, and with that being the case, Core has sort of been memed into oblivion by the internet. This brings us back to the beginning of this video. Even internet users who aren't students of poetry can tell when a poem has depth or not. Many articles have dipped into why Core's poetry is bad, and when cherry-picking the actual bad ones, yeah, it does seem like her stuff is way too simple, obvious, and underdeveloped. But remember, simplicity in poetry is not always bad. Truly, not all of Core's poems are bad, even if the majority might be. So if Core can be at least a decent poet, and if not all her stuff is even that bad, then how could it be that she ruined poetry? While Core has somewhat influenced poetry with her content, poems about femininity and race have existed since the beginning of poetry. No, Core has had a much larger influence on poetry because of her style, and more specifically, the marketability of her style. In a 2015 report from the Survey of Public Participation in the Arts, the data found that the number of Americans who had read at least one work of poetry in the previous year had dropped from 17% in 1992 to just 6.7% in 2012. Within 20 years, over 10% of Americans just stopped reading poetry, and there were already so few reading it in the first place. The fact of the matter is that poetry is just hard to sell. Even among people who like reading, poetry just doesn't have the same appeal and marketability that prose does. We could go on for hours about the reasons for that, but remember that anecdote I shared about being in my children's literature class? Basically, there's a bit of a stigma against poetry. Because English classes feature generally complicated poems, most people end up with the misconception that poetry is difficult to understand and unrewarding to read. So what happens when poetry becomes easy to digest? Painfully, annoyingly easy to digest. In 2017, poetry sales doubled from what they were in 2016. I'm not saying that's entirely thanks to Core, but she certainly had a large influence there, in part thanks to her publisher, Andrews McMeel. Of the 20 highest-selling poetry works in 2017, 11 of them were from McMeel, and 7 of those were in the top 10. Because of poets like Core, there was suddenly a renewed interest in poetry, and publishers took notice. Suddenly, poetry stood to make money again, but only a certain kind of poetry, and this is where the problem with Rupi Kaur truly comes to light. Even if she could be a truly great poet, even if she could write great poems, she has changed the face of poetry publication for the foreseeable future.
Go! Go! Hurry! You're going too slowly. Okay. Whew! Now we got a game here. Alright, let's see what happens now.
Who knows how many amazing poets are swept under the rug in favor of what will sell? Which again brings us back around to where we started. Maybe you think it's unfair to blame Core for the success of poetry like this. Sure, she probably doesn't hold all the blame, but I don't think it's a stretch to say that she's heavily influenced the poetry publishing landscape. And do you want to know the worst part about all of this? Core's astronomical fame isn't even based on the merit of her poetry. Let me explain. By 2014, Core had a pretty decent online following. She had self-published Milk and Honey, which sold 10,000 copies, which isn't too shabby at all. But the thing that truly catapulted Core into fame and led to the explosion of her content wasn't even poetry related. It had to do with her photography. In 2015, Core created these photos as part of a university project.
Gross!
As I said, I know very little about photography as an art form, so I can't comment on the quality of these, but can only report on the situation surrounding these photos. These photos intended to challenge the stigmas around menstruation. Core received a lot of unwarranted harassment because of these photos. Instagram then removed the photos for purportedly breaking the site's terms of service. Core was not notified of the removal, nor was she given the reasoning behind the decision. Ironically, this whole ordeal sort of served to prove her point with the photo set, and Core pointed out just as much.
What?
Core's response to the removal went viral, providing her with many more followers. This, in turn, created more buzz around her poetry.
Okay.
That's when McMeel republished Milk and Honey. Remember, before all this happened, the collection had already sold 10,000 copies, but by 2017, Milk and Honey had sold 2.5 million. In comparison, 10,000 minutes is about 7 days. 2.5 million minutes is 4 years and 9 months. It's
I'm gonna
interesting
come
to
over
imagine
there
what the
and
world
beat
of
your
poetry might
dick
look
off,
like if
bro.
this had never happened. I don't want to say Core doesn't deserve her success, even though that might be the easiest thing to say. Whether anyone quote-unquote
I'll see you later.
deserves success is all in the court of public opinion. But in all fairness, if it weren't her, it probably would have been somebody else. There are many, many other Insta-poets out there, and many preceded Core. And speaking of, why don't we take a look at these? I put a disclaimer at the top, but let me just remind you. Do not harass any of the poets mentioned in this video, including Core. As writers, we're all
I'm gonna
trying to
harass
produce
the
the
shit
best
out
work
of
we
her.
can, and I hope
Shit!
that this video is a learning experience. I'm not trying to bully anyone, I'm just attempting to offer constructive criticism, critique, and advice, not just for the poets here, but for you, the viewer.
I was really hoping that that person didn't have a fucking trade.
Might seem futile to analyze poems like these, but I just need to illustrate the problems here. Remember how I said earlier that poems are very intentional? It feels like there's no intentionality here at all. In fairness, it looks like the line breaks are used to separate complete phrases, which to me does feel like an intentional choice, but besides that, this poem just feels hollow. Like, why is the last line separated into a single stanza? Why is there a hyphen before the last line? Core does this all the time, by the way. It's perplexing. It's like it's the poem's title, but at the end, in the form of a signature? Why? Just why? Why is this last line in italics? Many poets, Core included, use italics to denote dialogue, but this clearly isn't dialogue. It's just the same as the rest of the poem. These aren't questions that make a reader reflect or explore, they're just questions that confuse. The choices in this poem don't guide us toward meaning, they do the very opposite. Granted, the meaning is so obvious that the poetic choices have no bearing on that meaning at large, which begs the question, why is this a poem? Why is it not just prose? There's even less to say about this poem. Unlike the last, the clauses aren't separated by line breaks. We call this device enjambment, when phrases spill over onto the next lines. But the enjambment doesn't seem to serve any purpose here besides making this look like a poem. Besides the use of enjambment, it looks like there are no other devices at play here, which again begs the question as to why was this written as a poem in the first place. Do you see what Rupi Kaur has done? What we have because of her? These next poems admittedly have more to analyze, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're better. I actually don't hate the premise of this poem. We live in a social media era where it's now common to post oneself with a significant other. One might see this as being shown off or displayed. There's a lot that can be done with that concept. Unfortunately, this poem only scratches the surface of that concept. There's honestly so much that bothers me about this poem. Like, okay, sure, grammatical conventions don't have to be a part of poetry. E.E. Cummings proved that to us a long time ago. But why on earth does the word don't contain an apostrophe, but then the words it's and I'm don't? You can't tell me that's artistic liberty. One of those has to be an error. Why would there be an inconsistency there? Moreover, there are italics used here to denote a quotation, but then there are also quotation marks. This redundancy becomes extra egregious when suddenly there's a message from the speaker in italics at the end. And why is that message centered? But that's not even the worst formatting choice in this poem. When a reader, especially a younger reader, sees lines like these, right aligned, then left aligned, and vice versa, we're automatically programmed to read that as two people messaging back and forth. It looks like a text message conversation. And yet, only one person is speaking here. Why aren't they all aligned the same way if it's the same speaker? And don't even get me started on the underlining of the word EU. Again, these choices just end up coming off as confusing and arbitrary rather than intentional and contributing to meaning. And this is the last one we'll look at. The last one we started with.
Oh!
Again, the basis behind this poem isn't terrible, but it's still just scratching the surface. In part, I believe this poem suggests that men cheat on women and hide it from them. On the other hand, more broadly, it seems to simply suggest that men hide a dark, true side of themselves to be with women. But honestly, even as I deduce that meaning, I feel like I'm reaching, because there's so little substance in this poem. 6 lines of this poem are just made up of apps, and 3 of those 6 lines are only one word. It just comes off as fake deep. It has the intention of looking artsy without the follow-through. Oh, and of course, the last line is italicized again, because why not at this point? Look, like I said, this premise isn't bad. This whole collection is predicated on a breakup, so an entry like this makes sense. But at the same time, there's no nuance here that a person might feel during a breakup. When the poem is over, there's nothing for the reader to reflect on. In my mind, good poetry will stick with the reader, even when it's over. That is the case for all good literature. In the comments of posts like these, there was another name that was brought up semi-frequently, so I believe it would be prudent to touch on her as well. Gabby Hanna. Truth be told, I know next to nothing about Gabby. I know she's a YouTuber and that she's had her fair share of controversies. I think, in general, she's considered talented, but like I said, I don't know. In 2017, she released her poetry collection, Adultolescence. This book has been torn apart by several online. Drew Gooden's video on the book is one of the most popular.
If the world ended tomorrow, what would you do today? I'd hurriedly make my way to an all-you-can-eat buffet. If the world was ending tomorrow, I'd eat some food. And the poetry award goes to...
He mentions how a lot of the poems just read like tweets. Gabby, being an influencer and internet personality, seems pretty justified in writing in the Insta poetry style. Drew also compares the book to Shel Silverstein, which is apt for sure. But I also don't think it's a stretch to say she may have been influenced by Core, someone who also adds illustrations to accompany their poems. But where Core's poetry can feel very layered, Gabby's poetry often feels extremely one-note. We'll use this poem, Recess, as a short example. Jacob and Emily sitting in a tree. K-I-S-S-I-N-G. First came love, then came marriage, then came a stale and empty life, as a result of the societal pressure.
Bro, this is fucking stupid. Then came a stale and empty life. Oh, because they got married, because of societal pressure. Fuck off, bro. Yeah, and you want to die alone, you dumb cunt? Shut the fuck up.
Which led to a semi-public affair and a severe case of alcoholism, mixed with mental illness, followed by a grueling 2-year divorce that damaged the kids emotionally and left everyone without a sense of direction or self-worth. Let's compare this poem to Core's poem about the therapist's office. Both are about damaging events in a child's life. But where Core's poem contains some nuance and
I don't know why, but I just hate women sometimes, bro.
Subtlety where you wouldn't expect it, Gabby's just feels obvious. Nothing is surprising, unlike the response from the speaker in Core's piece, and because it's so obvious, there's little emotional impact. Did Gabby influence poetry publishing? Probably not to the same extent as Core. Arguably, Gabby's book could only exist because of Core. But at the same time, it's not unlikely that someone read Gabby's book and thought, hey, I could do this. If she's famous, I could be famous too. The truth is, it doesn't bring me joy to bash other poets. In a sense, we owe a lot of thanks to Core for renewing a more general interest in poetry. And honestly, I think more people should be writing poetry. I'm of the mindset that anyone...
You know what? Next week, I'm gonna do poetry as my thing that I'm gonna learn. And I'm gonna make a way better fucking poem than this bitch.
And everyone can be a poet. We all have poetic thoughts, but so few of us are writing them down. But at the same time, for those looking to publish, maybe just take some time to develop your ideas and reflect on the choices in each poem. Of course, some of you watching may disagree with me on just about every point I've made here. Maybe you don't think poems have to be intentional at all, and truly great poetry is the kind that's just an explosion of feelings and rules thrown to the wind. Sarah Holbrook.
All right, we're done for the day. It's 10 o'clock. I feel like going to bed. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.